Our chief guest, Professor Dr. Kaisar Abbas, Vice Chancellor, University of Sargodha. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum. Good morning. We start the proceedings of this international workshop on laboratory safety and security management being organized by Comstech in collaboration with the University of Sargodha. We start with the name of Allah. For Tilawat Kalam Pak, I will request Mr. Junaid Anis from Department of Arabic Studies.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. ولقد كتبنا في الزبور من بعد الذكر أن الأرض يرثها عبادي الصالحون. إن في هذا لبلاغا لقوم عابدين. وما أرسلناك إلا رحمة للعالمين. قل إنما يوحى إلي أنما إلهكم إله واحد فهل أنتم مسلمون؟ صدق الله العظيم.
I will request Muhammad Zain Nazir from Institute of Chemistry. मुझको मिला पता तेरा मौजेज़ा उसने
सोत का जमजमाए सदा तेरा दिल में उतर से मेरा तो कायनात में तेरे सिवा कोई नहीं, मेरा तो कायनात में तेरे सिवा कोई नहीं। अर्ज़ तेरी समा तेरे बंदे तेरे खुदा तेरा अर्ज़ तेरी समा तेरे बंदे तेरे खुदा तेरा दिल में उतर से
You are all requested to please rise in the honor of national anthem. Thank you very much. To formally welcome our resource persons, our honorable foreign guests, and our friends from comstech and all other participants, I will request Dr. Auric, Professor Dr. Flukan, please.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Honorable Vice Chancellor Professor Dr. Kaisar Abbas, University of Sargodha, Mr. Murtaza Noor, Coordinator, comstech, Mr. Muhammad Haras, Program Manager from comstech, our Honorable Resource Person, Professor Dr. Zahir, and Dr. Khalid, who have come all the way from Karachi. Dear participants, and our special guests from different countries like Sudan, Ethiopia, Nigeria, which have come all the way to participate in this international workshop. Dear participants from University of Sargodha, and distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and very good morning. Indeed, it's a matter of great honor and privilege for me to welcome our honorable guests and participants from different countries and from Pakistan as well. Especially, we are very much excited to see our international participants who grace this occasion, and we are also very much thankful to the Comstech. This conference, this workshop basically is jointly organized by University of Sargodha in collaboration with Comstech and International Center for Chemical and Biological Sciences, University of Karachi, in line with the vision of the HEC and vision of our Vice Chancellor for developing a interdisciplinary culture in the university. The University of Sargodha, with the assistance of Comstech, has taken this initiative, and the main objective was to bring together researchers across the regions and across the disciplines at this university. The workshop aim is to impart technical knowledge and technical know-how about the laboratory safety and security management, which is a very important issue, because a safe and healthy and a congenial environment is a backbone. It's a key for any productive system. If you are providing a good, safer environment, definitely it will ultimately enhance the productivity. I am thankful to the Vice Chancellor, especially for his kind assistance and support. He is always supportive for having such occasions. We are also very much thankful to the team from the Comstech who are here. Their keen interest reflects they are physically present. And I am also thankful to the team organizers of this workshop, especially Dr. Yasser, Dr. Anjam, and all other, especially the chairs. They have also contributed in a wonderful manner by nominating the 2 to 3 faculty members from each department, especially from the experimental sciences department from the university. Overall, 450 participants are virtually joining this event from different countries, including Saudi Arabia, Pakistan, Iran, Ethiopia, Nigeria, Malaysia, Indonesia as well. And we have given opportunity to our faculty members and especially the PhD and MPhil scholars, around 70 PhD scholars and young faculty members from University of Sargodha. They are also participant of this workshop. At the last but not the least, I hope this workshop will be useful and valuable towards improving the technical know-how of the participants. And I would like to once again extend my gratitude to the, especially the team from the Comstech and our honorable resource persons from University of Karachi, and especially our foreign guests. And I would like to wish you a great success and a productive and a pleasant stay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. This workshop is being organized by University of Sargodha in collaboration and support by Comstech. So to introduce our participants with the Comstech and its various initiatives, I will request the Program Manager Comstech, Mohammad Haris Akram.
Honorable Vice Chancellor, University of Sargodha, Professor Dr. Kaisar Abbas, our distinguished guests from different countries of OIC, our resource persons, senior colleagues from University of Sargodha. Assalamu alaikum. This is the beginning of a collaboration between Comstech and University of Sargodha. So this is the first event we are going to organize jointly. So to initiate this collaboration, this is important to tell you about Comstech as well. what is comstech, what do we do, what are different initiatives and programs of comstech. So that is why I'm going to share you the glimpse of comstech programs today. I have made a brief presentation. Let me share it with you. If our colleagues can share it with us. Yes. So comstech is the Ministerial Standing Committee of Organization of Islamic Cooperation. We are 57 member countries spanning from east to west. From the east, we start off with Malaysia, Indonesia, Brunei, Bangladesh, Pakistan, and spanning off towards Africa. We have over 27 countries from Africa as well. We have some representation as well from Africa here. So these 57 countries have different geographical location as well as different cultures, different S&T interventions in different fields of science technology. So the objective of comstech is the capacity building of the member states. Pakistan is one of our member states, and we wish that the benefit should be given to the host country as well. So for that, Professor Iqbal, the vision of Professor Iqbal, we started a program named as Comstech Consortium of Excellence. In that program, what we do is that we have leading universities from OIC member countries. University of Sargodha is also a member of Comstech Consortium of Excellence. And we wish to initiate a lot of programs with support of University of Sargodha under this program. Another key initiative of Comstech is the STI Agenda 2026. This is the OIC STI agenda for a 10-year plan of action that how we are going to implement different programs, initiatives, activities in different thematic areas. I will not go into detail in these thematic areas. This presentation will be available with you from the organizers. You can have a glimpse. And I would also suggest you to go and visit our official website as well, because every program and activity is listed there. I've talked about Comstech Consortium of Excellence already. This is this Distinguished Scholars Program. What we do is that we have a criteria, and this is by invitation only. We engage distinguished scholars, not only from the OIC countries, but leading scientists from around the world. For instance, yesterday we were having a discussion that what should be the minimum citations of a distinguished scholar, what should be the H-index, different parameters of engaging these distinguished scholars from around the world to give capacity building trainings, workshops, even curriculum development for our member universities, or reviewing their existing curriculum as well. This is also one of our flagship programs, the OIC Technology and Innovation Portal. What we aim for this project is that all the indigenous research being done at different member universities, in R&D institutes, the products, services, and prototypes and patents can be listed on this portal. You can just go to the website, technologyportal.org, and on that you can just have a visit. You can post your product, services, and everything on this portal as well. But we recommend that it should be a consolidated input from the university. For example, if University of Sargodha is going to list, I would suggest that the ORIC should take the responsibility of listing these products, services, and everything on this portal. Some grants, because we have faculty and researchers here. This is very important for sustainability of a researcher and a university, that they get international grants as well. So these are few of the grant programs which Comstech is taking care of. Similarly, Science in Exile program. This program aims at refugee scientists who are not able to complete their PhD in postdocs. Comstech and UNESCO was funded their travel, their hospitality, and everything to cover their studies. Similarly, we have a special program for OIC, least developed countries as well. We provide different fellowships and scholarships, short-term for a period of 6 to 12 months. This is another funding opportunity by Islamic Development Bank. We also look at a reverse linkage collaboration program with ISDB. Universities and different researchers can pool in and apply for different grants to Islamic Development Bank. And Comstech facilitates this process. Then we have fellowships, dedicated fellowships for different thematic areas as well, as you can see. We have a technician training program. In this program, we aim for a 3 to 4 weeks training session in different universities. It is basically on the equipment, lab equipment, for troubleshooting operations and different aspects of this high-end equipment, actually. Similarly, the basic sciences program, this is also dedicated. The aim of this program was to teach the students about fundamentals of science, because we always talk about different thematic areas in high-end research. But usually what we feel as research or academicians, that the students, the bachelor students, usually miss this fundamentals of science. This is also one of the flagship programs of comstech, that we develop STI profiles of member countries as well. In this, not only we see the publications, we also see that how much R&D expenditure is being done in different countries, different parameters, that how much percentage of GDP is being put in health sector, education sector, in tertiary education, different fields of science as well. I would encourage the senior faculty here to apply for these comstech-oic award as well. This is a very prestigious award by comstech, announced every 2 years in different fields of science. Separately, you can apply for the best researcher award, different fields. This is listed on our website as well. All the details are mentioned there. This is a glimpse of our website and social media as well. I would suggest everyone here to just have a look at our website for different programs. Thank you.
Thank you, Haris Akram. To briefly introduce our participants with the objective and significance of this conference, I will request Professor Dr. Zahirul Haq. He is from International Center for Chemical and Biological Sciences, University of Karachi.
Assalamu alaikum and very good morning to all of you. I think it's really an honor for me to be here and introduce the first international workshop on safety and security. If I should start with the long, we can cut it a very short. That laboratory safety is one of the prime object in the area of science and technology, because we are going to deal every day with the new novel reaction mechanism, which is the more valuable as compared to any industrial aspect. In industry, normally we are running on a pattern. In academia, we always deal with the new things. And this is the most prestigious area where we have to be very careful. And as a common, generally, we don't have the culture of safety in academia. I really appreciate the worthy Vice Chancellor sitting over here and the Director of Conference, Chaudhary, that they have this initiative. As a member of ICCBS, I welcome all of you to come over there and visit the institute, and how we have implemented state-of-the-art safety facility in ICCBS. Now, this is one of the institutes that can be a representative institute which has the world-class facility in terms of safety and safety. And scholars working over there, they are quite safe and they can feel it. That the same vision Professor Chaudhary would like to expect in other institutions. This is the initiative of the institute. And I can see the dynamic Vice Chancellor sitting over here. I mean, this initiative was initiated just 1 month, last month, the discussion. Now we are here to start this program. So you are really lucky. I'm sure the rest of the day we will deal with the number of different aspects, how we can implement the safety culture. If we can implement the safety culture, I'm quite sure you can feel safe and you can move forward. Thank you very much for the audience and for the
Thank you, sir. Coordinator General Comstech, Professor Dr. Iqbal Chaudhary was expected to join us here, but due to some official assignments, he is out of country. So he very kindly extended his video message. I will request the operator, please.
working together. The event is going to be virtually held. These companies are extremely important for the extremely high. We can get this various ways of variations of hazards. People are extremely various physics. And we want to be able to use the security and safety things in these activities. The objective is because is to make people aware of how we can efficiently use the resources in protecting their health and security of us. So not only in the industries and open education, to some facility and security. To make the quality safe and efficient. Secure. We have to presentation and explain that this event is going to be successful one. We will learn your capacity was extremely important. I spent I hope that you will be. I would like to welcome you and the event. We like to appreciate your chancellor of the institute for his initiative and his leadership. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. We are honored to have Professor Dr. Kaisar Abbas, Vice Chancellor, University of Sargodha, as a chief guest here. So I will request sir for your address.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum, and very good morning to you all. First of all, I would like to thank Professor Dr. Iqbal Chaudhary. You have just heard him for his support all along when he came here last month. So I think just 1 month before he was visiting this university. And this is the outcome of his visit. I think we are very grateful to Professor Dr. Iqbal Chaudhary for his support and encouragement for the University of Sargodha, that we are going to take a number of initiatives jointly between comstech and University of Sargodha. And thank you to all the staffs who came here from comstech. Murtaza Noor Sahib, he is the advisor in comstech, and Haris, who is the program engineer. And great thanks to our resource person for this workshops, Professor Dr. Zahir Wahab. Thank you so much for coming over from Karachi. We understand you're a very busy person there. Khalid Latif sir, thank you so much for coming. So these are the two wonderful resource persons. We're really grateful to you, and looking forward to see you again here as well. And next couple of months and years as also for the training of our faculty. We're very much grateful to all the international participants who also came from different countries. Really grateful to all, especially people sitting here physically in front of us, from Cameroon, Nigeria, Ethiopia, Indonesia. So great thanks to all of you. Thank you so much for coming here. And also the participants who are joining us online, I think 450 plus participants are joining online. I think this is a great international workshop. I think it's first kind of nature in Pakistan, as well in the history of Sargodha as well. So thank you so much, all of you, the resource persons, comstech, and the international participants, and also my faculty here who is participating in this workshop. So great thanks to all of you, and also great thanks to my team under the leadership of Dr. Farooq Anwar, who is Director OIC. He is leading this activity, and also Director External Linkages, Dr. Yasir Mansha. Thank you so much for organizing this wonderful event. By taking this opportunity, I would like just to tell you something about this university. This university is one of the oldest university in Punjab. So you can say, actually, we started our journey back in 1929. Although it was college at that time, but you know, when institutions are made and established, so they start from somewhere and then later on they are developed and renamed and given charter. So the university was charter was awarded in 2002. It's just 20-year-old university, but if you look at the history of the college, it's around 90 plus years. It's old institution. So it's one of the oldest institutions in Punjab. We have 7 faculties here in this university. Faculty of Architecture, so Faculty of Arts and Humanities, Faculty of Social Sciences, Faculty of Sciences is one of the biggest faculty. We have quite a number of departments here: physics, chemistry, biotechnology, biology, zoology, and also we have faculty of pharmacy as well. Faculty of this information technology and engineering is there. Faculty of agriculture is there. So 7 faculties is one of the biggest university here. And if we talk about students, there are 25,000 students almost studying here in this campus. And then we have 30,000 students studying in different affiliated colleges in different parts of Punjab. So we have 224 affiliated colleges throughout Punjab. So there are 30,000 students which are studying there in different programs. So this is also we have taken a number of initiatives because you know internationalization is one of the important aspects of the university. So we need to connect ourselves with the universities in Pakistan and also outside Pakistan. I think this is one of the important initiatives that we've taken in this university. Under this initiative, we have approved to comstech. Thanks to them, they are here with us today with our first program. And as said by Haris, this is just a humble beginning. We are going to take a number of programs such as maybe in next month, 1 or 2 months, maybe international scholars will be coming here for a short visit, maybe for 3 months, 6 months for their postdoc and this assignments. So that's the next. And inshallah, in September, we're trying to recruit some international students from different countries. So in different disciplines. So inshallah, in September, we're expecting around 20-25 students from different parts of the world, especially from the Islamic countries. So it's great thanks to comstech. About this workshop, I think, as mentioned by speakers, I'm not the technical person. I mentioned by Farooq, it's a very important workshop. Safety and security of labs is very important because all human beings are working in lab, professors, technicians. A lot of people are working and a lot of health issues are associated with these workshops. I think and this is very, very important. I request my faculty, students to please take it very important serious. And then I think you can also become trainer, TOT, trainer. You can train the other people who are not participants because we cannot invite everybody, just requested 3% to each department. Of course, you can act as trainers for the other people. So we can invite our this again, but you can also teach to other people who are not participant in this workshop today. So it's a great opportunity for all of us. I think we should take maximum benefit from this activity. So that's up to us how we can benefit from this activity. Once again, at the end, I would like to thank again all the comstech support. Especially, I think I really appreciate it was his initiative. He motivated me and invited Professor Iqbal Chaudhary. Iqbal Chaudhary, I just want to tell you, he is very, very big scientist. You can see his profile. MashaAllah, he is producing a lot of publications, books, international renowned scientist. And he was the first time. Now he is a very busy person, so he spared his time from his commitment and he came here especially and spent one night and one day with us. I think that was a great moment for the University of Sargodha. So great thanks to all of you, comstech, I really appreciate it. And great thanks to our speakers of today, Professor Zahir Laksa, thank you so much. Latif sir for coming over and being a resource person in this very important workshop. And our international participants sitting here, thank you so much. And our on this side as well, thank you for coming over. And I wish you all a very productive, healthy, and productive stay in Sargodha and the University of Sargodha as well. So please also, this is an academic activity, and we are along with this, please also enjoy this beautiful city and beautiful place. Maybe I request my colleagues, maybe they can, if they can arrange your visits to some of places, like for example, we are very good this base here, fighting base here by Air Force, and also some army in this instruction here as well. So if you can arrange visit, 1 or 2 visits for them, it would be great. Thank you so much, and I wish you all of the best of luck for this workshop. Thank you so much.
So thank you very much for sparing your time. Now we request our the Vice Chancellor to distribute the shields among our resource persons and organizers from comstech. I will request Dr. Yasser and Professor Dr. Farooq Anwar to complete. I will request Muhammad Haris Akram, Program Manager comstech. Please receive his shield. I request our friend and very supportive person from comstech, Mr. Murtaza Noor, please. His advisor as comstech. Professor Dr. Zahirul Haq. Please. End with it. आप कॉमेडी करेंगे. Professor Dr. Zahirul Haq from International Center for Chemical and Biological Sciences. He is one of the resource persons for this workshop. Now I will request Mr. Khalid Latif. He is HSC consultant and very renowned chemist with a vast industrial experience. Now, Murzanoor is requested to present a token of from comstech to University of Sargodha. Thank you very much. All the participants are requested for a group photo in front of the hall and followed by tea. Now we are going to start our technical session. I will request our respected resource person, Mr. Khalid Latif, who is technical consultant, HSC. Sir, please, we start with the मसला बता दो इसको करते हैं वो आती है इसके बोलते हैं आवाज आती है स्पीकर पे आपकी नॉर्मल
हाँ
अनम्यूट किया होगा क्या आवाज
साइड में काम कर रहा है साइड में काम नहीं हाँ why see
PowerPoint presentation में है। और इसमें बोल रहे हैं। Okay जी, Assalamu alaikum and very good morning to you all. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank management of Sargota University, Vice Chancellor Saab, and the comstech team to give me the opportunity to come here and address a very important topic of chemical safety management. चेक करेंगे पहले तो सही है कौन से आवाज में Okay, am I audible now? Again, there is echo. वरना फिर annoying हो जाएगा. Hello. पहले तो ऐसा नहीं बहुत ज्यादा annoying होता है. Is it okay or more echo now? Again. It will be
we have a lot of spaces so that I can feel interactive with you guys. Come on, आगे आ जाओ. Hello. Is it okay now or still? Okay. Please come forward. I would request you to come forward so that I can feel very interactive with you guys. Okay, let me introduce myself first. A short introduction. After doing my master's from University of Karachi in 1983, I decided to go in the industry rather than teaching and research and development and going for higher studies. Because one thing was there in back of my mind that the chemicals about which I'm studying, how they behave and works in the real sense at larger scales. So that enthusiasm and thirst took me to the industry, and I worked for four German multinational companies starting from 1984 and onwards, and up till 2016, I was working with all these companies and got the opportunity to travel across the world and getting experience and training one of the finest chemical synthesis plants of those companies. So then after giving up my job, so I decided to work as a consultant in the areas of quality, health, safety, environment, and manufacturing excellence, Lean, Six Sigma, and efficiency improvements. And that spirit brought me to the academia. And one day I was discussing about my activities with Dr. Iqbal Chaudhry Sahab, and we very kindly agreed to bring that 35 years of experience to the academia, and he requested me to share my experience with the participants, students especially. So then I thought, because teaching was never been my passion. So then I thought, okay, how to share my experience, because I've seen accidents, I've seen fatalities, I've seen injuries and health issues with the people working in chemical environment. So then I thought it's necessary to aware students at least at the stage before they enter into the industry, they must be equipped with the tools so that they can prevent themselves from the adverse effects of chemicals. In practical life, we offer, for professionals, we offer same course of chemical safety management. It's a 4 days comprehensive course, but not designed for the students. It is for the professionals working in the industry, especially in chemical industry. So this is just an advertisement. Don't get confused. It's a 4-day training. It's just 1 day or not full day, maybe a few hours of the day training. And I'm very open to the questions. And if participants feel they would like to ask any question, they would like to share their experience, they are most welcome. It's not a one-way lecture. I'm just talking and reading slides. You can also share your experience. More than welcome. Again, something went wrong with this. Typical IT issue, something happens after a few minutes. Okay, so these are the topics we'll study, not in much details. Some of the topics I would like to discuss in details. For example, behavior-based safety, psychology of workplace safety, 6S housekeeping, which is a backbone of safety and hazard communication, risk assessments. And some of the topics I will just pass through because I will not be able to cover every topic in details, which is by itself, all 16 topics
would be a training for an entire day. So let's start with safety culture and our behaviors towards safety. In your opinion, can anybody share with me what is the perception of safety in our society? Come on, anybody can share. Yes, 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 sir. Okay, okay. Any other comment? Right. These are normally our behaviors when we talk about safety. So these are the key points which someone might explain or try to justify himself or herself, okay, why I'm not safe while working with any situation. And very interesting one is the last. It's waste of time to use PPE because it reduces my ability to work. And another ridiculous perception, safety is expensive. And I don't have time to take safety measures. And my question to those people are normally, is it more expensive than your life? No way. So what do you think about this statement? Act of safety or act in safety? Which one seems to be correct? Act of safety or act in safety? What's the difference? What's the difference? Okay. Actually, it's a mindset. It's not set mind, it's a mindset. But normally we have set mind. And then we feel upset when something happens unexpected or not according to our desire and results. Occupational safety and health at workplace. This is the study of International Labour Organization. Unfortunately, we are one of the countries where safety is considered to be the least priority. It's a cost center, not the something which you spend save your life or health. So still, people consider it as a cost. Okay, when we talk about psychology of workplace safety, I'm sure all of you have heard about sixth sense, intuition. What is intuition? Seeing something happening without actually it happened. So if you have developed the ability to see what could possibly go wrong, what could be the consequences using your sixth sense. So this state of mind helps you to prevent yourself from any injury or any workplace accident or hazard. And there is another term used in psychology. Are there any students with psychology background in this room? Locus of control and accidents. What's the relationship? Locus of control has two dimensions, internal or external. Roughly, global statistics in Pakistan, it might differ. 15% people are with internal locus of control and 85% are with external. And those who belongs to internal one, they believe that you are in charge of event that occurs in your life. And the other group believe that chances, fate, or outside forces determines events in our life. And then people try to blame others or circumstances or things like that. Okay, it happened because of external factors, not because of my act. Group one, less likely to have an accident. And people with external locus of control or dominance in the external locus of control, they are more likely to have an accident at workplace. I mean, choice is yours. You are better judge what type of mindset or locus of control you have in your lives. Normally, now a trend has changed. People are using safety belts because of motorways and strict laws on highways in Pakistan. Otherwise, people were not using seat belts, and still now at present, most of the people, they used to dodge the system and put some buckle or lash into the socket so that beeper is off and they are safe. They think they are safe. And another behavior is shortcuts. We all are conditioned and tuned to take shortcuts. If I want to go to that point, so I would rather go straight, jump, and maybe I so shortcut. Remember, shortcut is taking you to a place where you don't want to go. I think nobody wants to go to that vehicle to some place using shortcut. What do you? So do you agree with that statement? So think about it before taking any shortcut. And surprisingly, people take shortcut to the success as well. There is no shortcut to the success. Success, you have to step on the first step and then move upward. Luck works in safety. Does it work or not? People think, oh, it's my luck, bad luck, good luck. But luck doesn't work in safety. And the lady, she's assuming that since I'm working without PPE since a couple of years, nothing happened to me. So she assumes that my luck. Luck does not count in safety. And luck, by the way, not in safety, but luck does not count in any situation. Because this is your choice to get success or to get somewhere, not the luck. Accident results often result from indifferent attitude. What is indifferent attitude? I'm thinking differently than others. People are following rules. I'm not following the rule. Indifferent attitude. Failure to follow instructions. Okay. Making mistakes. Okay, one can make mistake, but making repetitive mistakes could lead you to somewhere, isn't it? And failure to use very common thing, which is common sense, which is very uncommon, unfortunately, here. Common sense is uncommon. And if we talk about probability of accidents, starting from the base of the pyramid, 2 million unsafe acts may lead to one fatality. So while setting target in the safety, so is it a good decision to set one target as a fatality at your workplace? Right or wrong? But how to prevent this one fatality? You have to work down. You have to work at the base of the pyramid. 2 million unsafe acts. 2 million is too much. Even few unsafe acts can lead to the, if not fatality, then some chronic health issues or disability or losing your eye or something, or scar on your face. Attitude, behavior, and culture. Remember ABC. Attitude, behavior, and culture. Change your attitude, which will change your behavior, which will eventually change the culture. Isn't it? Isn't it? It happens. And the equation, violation plus errors is equal to what? danger or accidents. No one would like to see his or her lab in such condition at the end of the day. And if you, so I think better do something else, not work in the lab. Communication, what is communication? We are communicating. I'm trying to explain something to you. You are listening and trying to perceive or inferring something from the words I'm speaking with. One question, can communication influence safety? Not only lab, but anywhere. Wrong communication, misunderstanding, accident. Do you agree? Okay, let's see a short video with the courtesy of BASF, a global giant chemical company. Sound is not played. Okay. As is clear. What's the message? Come on, anybody? Break the chain, speak up whenever you see something happening which could lead to accident. Please speak up, break the chain. Otherwise, there is a sequence of events which may lead to accident. So it's a very good video to just, yeah. Yes, domino effect. Do you agree with this statement? So what would you do? Cluttered means full of everything. Garbage, unmanaged, scattered. Yes. Sorry? Mismanaged. Okay. So a technique is used which is invented by Japanese, because Japanese, they have, after Second World War, they have invented so many good management practices, and this 6S housekeeping is one of them. Sort, straighten, scrub, standardize, systematize, and safety. So it's a very difficult thing to keep your work area or workplace aligned, free of clutter. And after today's workshop, you would go back to your labs or offices and see you will find a lot of things which are just there because they are there. No one bothered to think about removing those things. A lot of old stuff, old catalogs. And initially, when I was doing an audit at some lab, so I saw old catalogs of instruments which were around 12 to 15 years old. They were kept there just in case someone needs it. My God, 15 years old catalog. Why on earth somebody would need that? Just throw it away. It's a fuel for fire. And what are the resources required to ensure good housekeeping? What are the resources required in your? Sorry? Thinking, vision, okay. What else? Okay. What else? Okay. Because when we talk about improving something, we always, our reaction is, what are the resources? If you are given some task, then you definitely ask, what are the resources? Maybe money or some person or some tool or something. But housekeeping does not require such thing. It requires a very costly tool. Guess what? No. 10 fingers, 2 hands. This bottle is lying here. I need 5 fingers to put it somewhere else instead of lying here and it is accidentally falls or drops. Thinking process and 2 hands. But actually, when we talk about housekeeping, people think it is somebody else's job. It is a janitor's job. Janitor will come, Safai wala will come and do the cleaning. Even at our homes, we don't do things by ourselves. So we are always looking for somebody else to clean my shit. It's not happening. It's not the right way to do things. You have to do it yourself, especially in labs. And literally, I saw people when I was traveling, working with the companies, I was traveling abroad. I saw senior level directors. They are cleaning their workplace. They are cleaning their desktops, lab shelves. What's the harm in that? So you need to break this mindset and use your hands to ensure housekeeping using that 6S tool. By the way, these are included in your notes. You can always refer. I've given the soft copy of the presentation. So you can always refer back to the slides. Okay, tips for chemical safety. Understanding and use of the SOPs. What are the SOPs? Standard operating procedures. Unfortunately, SOPs are considered a document which has a very secure and cozy place into the lower shelf. Nobody wants to read the SOP before doing anything. How many of you read the SOP of, say, for example, if you buy a new mobile phone? Nobody reads the manual. If you buy a kitchen or home appliances, nobody would like to read the SOP. I know it all. मुझे सब आता है. I can do it. So SOPs is just an SOP. Nobody would like to read or write or follow the SOP. And to some extent, people are right because sometimes SOPs are so difficult that it takes ages to read and understand. SOP should be as simple as possible, containing few bullet points to use the equipment, not 200 pages. Subsection 3.1, subsection 3.1.1a. So not all. Simple operating instructions. You can design your own SOPs using the user manual. You can design your own SOPs. Lab air change system is very important one and the most neglected one. And by and large, my experience is that lab air change system is something put on the AC split unit. Split unit in the labs is a lethal equipment to be used because it keeps on circulating the contaminated air within the lab. You have to have air change system, local exhaust ventilation system, and fume hood. Mostly people consider fume hood is a big lakdi ka dabba or box, which has a very powerful exhaust fan, and it is pulling everything around it. Maybe people like me, lean and thin person, could be stuck inside the fuming hood. So fume hood is not the equipment which sucks out everything. Housekeeping again. Storeroom cabinet safety. Normally, storerooms are within the lab and cabinets are within the lab. Sometimes it is unavoidable, but try to maintain them. Keep them clutter-free. Care and maintenance of lab tools. Lab tools could be tool or equipment or whatever. Proper care and maintenance. Spill response management system. By the way, can anybody share with me his or her lab is equipped with the spill response system? If there is a, for example, this is a 500 ml bottle of a chemical, it drops and broke down. Do you have any system in place to manage that spill or contain that spill? Spill kit, do you have spill kits in the labs? Not all. And if some labs have spill kits, people are not trained to use spill kits. Care and maintenance of safety equipment. For example, what could be the example of safety equipment in the lab? Come on, anyone? Fire extinguisher. Care and maintenance, fiery, and it should be refilled with the authorized equipment or refilling company. Not you send it to some nearby Lari Adda, they can just fill with something else in the fire extinguisher. It should be properly maintained and kept in a working condition. Training and staff of students, this workshop is part of that. Types of lab injuries, a very common one. The red one is most important. It's a very common eye injury is very common in the labs. Why? Because of habit of not using safety goggles. Honestly speaking, how many of you are trained to use safety goggles when they start working in the lab? Raise your hands. Few hands. Okay. I think people working with the ICCBS, they should have raised, all of them should raise their hand. Because I have given you so much trainings and Dr. Zahir is continuously doing it. So if you are not using it, please, from tomorrow onwards, try and use it. Cuts and bruises, wrist, ankle twist, back injury, head injury, and mutagenic effect. What are mutagenic effect? The details is in the SDS. Chemical exposure by 3 routes: dermal, skin contact, inhalation, breathing, oral mouth, pipetting using mouth pipette, and or just in case, oh, come on, it's a sodium chloride. No harm in tasting it and no harm in putting it into my lunch because my mother or my spouse forget to add salt in the lunch. So no harm in putting some sodium chloride, taking from the shelf. Never do it. And consider the following points. Information based on SGS, and I will come to the details of the safety data sheets. What are the points to be taken care, and why this document is very important. Proper training in the use of right use of PPE, care, validity, and reliability of PPE. Handling glassware. Do not use broken glasswares. Do not ignore any abnormal sound in the lab, equipment, or whatever. And this is a big no. Do not turn on exhaust fan if you find any smell or leakage of any gas in the lab. Spill containment. Various tools and absorbent materials are used. Up to you what type of material you would like to use. Imported spill control kits are very expensive. And if your university has budget, you can use the imported one. And there are locally available spill containment kits. You can find the supplier and order one kit for you. Dr. Zahir, I think he is using locally made spill containment kits. And one of the simple material and cheap material is sawdust. Easily available. You can use sawdust as an absorbent material, and it is easily combustible. You can send it for incineration. The contaminated one, use one. And by the way, one question: do you have any spill management and disposal system in your labs? So normally, what do? I would like to listen to you guys, from you guys. What do you do if there is any spill? Yes, sir. Okay. What about if there is any other chemical which is hazardous to the environment? So you must have a plan for that. Waste disposal management system. Yes. Yes. Yeah. Not all the labs, but if you have, like, for example, ICCPS, they have a central, Dr. Zahir, attention please. You have a central incineration plant, which is fairly equipped to burn your toxic waste of the ICCPS. So every university can plan an incineration plant. It's not a large scale industrial incineration plant, small scale lab incineration plant, the lab scale, and you can use it because in the labs, generally the waste generated is maybe 50 or 100 times lesser than the industrial waste generated at any chemical plant. So you can design a smaller one, which is not that costly, because industrial scale incineration plants are very costly. And if they fulfill the requirement of US EPA or even Punjab EPA, so you need to have a full range of equipment. But for the labs, you can design your own cheaper version. Unfortunately, in Pakistan, not much universities has incineration plant, not even hospitals. The hospitals also, they don't are equipped with the incineration plant. Bio-waste is thrown away like anything. And very few hospitals are equipped with the incineration plant. But it should be. Okay, general safety requirements are first aid boxes, medical checkups. By the way, do you have a routine medical checkup of the students working in chemical labs? Yes, no. No. Point to be noted. Okay. Okay. Weekly safety talks, mock drills, and fire emergency drills. Local exhaust ventilation. Details will come in next slide. 11, section 11 of the details slides. And emergency showers. I'm sure you have emergency shower in your labs, or if not, at least eye wash. If not, at least a nearby sink. Yeah, thanks God. Thanks God you have this one. But I think you can, some of, not possible for all of you, but some of you can visit ICCPS in future, and they will be more than happy to show you how this system works, emergency showers and eye wash station. And this is not very costly equipment, you know. And your university can easily spare a budget to at least one system for group of labs, if not for all the labs. Okay, this acronym RAMP helps you to remember the categories. First, you have to recognize the hazard, assessing the risk of hazard, minimizing the hazard, and preparing for the emergencies from that uncontrolled hazard. So this acronym is RAMP. You know, RAMP is something which is installed to slow down the things, speed breakers. So RAMP is that acronym for this system. And other term used is hazard area classification and risk assessment. It's a very structured approach. And unfortunately, I cannot teach you how to conduct this HACRA, but it's a structured approach to work out what type of hazards are in your labs and how to deal with those hazards. And these 4 steps are taken: classifying the hazard, assess the possible risk, mitigate the risk, and ensure safe workplace. This is the end product. And then another term used is process hazard assessment. For example, in your labs, you have a distillation process. Distillation is a process. So you have to break up the process into various steps and then find out what are the possible hazards in distillation process. Short, medium, long-term effects of chemicals on human body. What are those? On that side is the cause and then time, starting from minutes to decades. Accident, solvent effects, you can have the effects in minutes. Okay. Fume fevers or something wrong with the exposure of chemical fumes, it may take days. Dermatitis, some chemical exposure and your skin is reacting to that, some adverse effect on your skins, it may take from days to months. Musculoskeletal disorders. What are musculoskeletal disorders? Does anybody know that? Knows that? Yes? Yeah, bad ergonomics, your wrong body posture, neck, using your arms, your stress on your waist or backbone. Yeah, and stress on your knees. So these are musculoskeletal disorders. And chemical exposure may induce or enhance the effect several times. And stress, actually directly chemical, some chemicals are which can increase your blood pressure, your mental state, unrest is affected. So it can cause a stress, which is not the stress given by your boss or your teacher or your invigilator. That is a different kind of stress. But chemically induced stress may take months. Noise-induced hearing loss, it may also take years. People working in a noisy environment, if not given ear protection, so might end up with the hearing loss, permanent or temporary. What is the noise level, by the way, in a workplace environment? Any idea? Minus 85 to 90 dB is the OSHA standard for workplace noise level. If it is beyond or less than 85, okay. If it is more than 85 or more than 90 in some cases, so your hearing is at risk. Lung cancer and leukemia, there are certain chemicals which can induce your lung cancer and leukemia, which is a blood disorder. Or the example could be asbestos, for example. Asbestos can cause lung cancer, but the latent period in your body is 20 to 25 years. If I'm exposed with the asbestos today, at the age of, for example, okay, I'm not 25, but somebody at the age of 25, if he or she is exposed, so maybe at the age of 45, he or she could develop symptoms of lung cancer. And there are some other chemicals as well. Mesothelioma is also a disorder which is induced by silicon or asbestos. Silicosis and asbestosis are the two reasons for that. It takes decades. Are you familiar with the term MSDS or SDS? Which one is correct? Material safety data sheet, or what? Or both? So from today onwards, okay, it happened in the rest of the world in 2016. But if you are not aware of this, from today onwards, nobody would use term MSDS. Drop the M out of it. It's SDS, Safety Data Sheet, according to GHS standards, globally harmonized system, implemented by United Nations and OSHA for the hazard communication standard, and first used in 1983, the year I did my master's. 1983 itna purana term hai, but people are still using MSDS, which is old term. And if the document has term MSDS, so that's for sure this document is obsoleted, old-dated. It has 16 sections. How many of you have gone through SDS of any chemical prior to working with that chemical? Come on, raise your hands. 1, 2. This side. And Professor Dr. Kaisar Abbas was telling me yesterday that you have more female students than male students in this university. I think 65-45 ratio, and 65% of the students have no idea of these 16 clauses of SDS. And sir, you are a student or faculty member? Faculty member. Okay, MPhil students, but they are not matriculate students. Okay. But they studied chemistry, isn't it? So anybody who has done masters and not aware of these 16 sections, believe me, he or she made a big sin in the according to rest of the world standards in the rest of the world. This is an open secret. This is an open secret. Anybody can has access via Google. For example, sir, your name? Amir sir. If you're using chloroform, who stopped you to just Google search SDS of chloroform? Document will pop up. Same applies to students as well. I am telling them today, you should tell them from tomorrow onwards. Okay, actually, sir, actually, the bottom line is there is no trend of using SDS before starting work in the chemical lab. That's it. Yes, because that's why we have initiated this thing, and that's why we have initiated this thing in ICCBS in 2017. And I think Dr. Zahir is sitting here. Okay, listen. There is always first time. You have to do something for the first time. So, yeah, and that shows your commitment as well. I'm glad you are here, but at least you have to start something at some place of time or some point of time. You have to start. Otherwise, if you are just keep sitting, nobody will come, open your mind and pour the knowledge. Because I can take horse to the water, but I cannot force him to drink water. So that is your role as a teacher. Take horse to the water. Okay, 16th section, and this is your homework after going your home from tomorrow onwards. Please start reading SDS of all the chemicals used in your labs. And it will improve your safety standards, I would say more than 60%. Because if I don't know what I don't know, what I don't know, how could I improve? Okay, this is, I will just skip the slide. H and P statements. These are detailed parameters mentioned in your SDS. It's your homework. You just go through and study it. So quickly, hazard statements and precautionary statements. And this is the example. H200 means unstable explosive. If you find H200 on a label of a chemical, it means this is unstable explosive. And if you find P101, medical advice is needed. And you have to act accordingly. And P201, obtain special instruction before use. This is the example of H&P statements. Then a case, a chemical abstract registry number is a particular number given to a chemical. Even water has CAS number, which is 7732185. This bottle of water. Water is a chemical. So this information is given in your SDSs. And these are the common terms. I will not read all the slides here. Occupational exposure limit, which tells you what is the maximum limit of exposure of that particular chemical in a given day or given length of time you are working with that chemical. TLV, threshold limit volume or time weighted average. If you are working with a chemical, 40 hours a week, 8 hours per day. So what is the value of this threshold limiting value? Beyond that, your health is at risk. So this information is given in your SDSs. And permissible exposure limit, beyond that, there will be enough rich air vapor explosive mixture to ignite this auditorium with a tiny invisible spark. And maximum allowable admissible concentration, MAC or MAK value. Translation of SDS in local language, not mandatory actually in Pakistan, but in rest of the countries. I don't know about your countries. You are sitting here, requirements in Cameroon, Nigeria, Indonesia. I think in Indonesia, because I've been when I was working with Bayer, so I visited my Bayer site in Surabaya, Indonesia. So there I saw SDS in your local language, because that was mandatory for your government. For a chemical industry, I don't know about students, but for chemical industry, you have to have SDSs translated into your local language, keeping the format same. But in Pakistan, there is no such trend. and not required or mandatory by the government? I think it should be, because not everybody is versed with the English language. You, for example, your lab attendants, your non-teaching staff, they might not comfortable with reading in English SDS. So this is an uphill task to do. Maybe some of you can initiate this. An inventory of SDS. SDS is the only document which I would encourage you to have a hard copy of that. I'm very much against of having hard copies of the documents because it creates mess in my office and my lab, unnecessary printing of papers, and killing the trees, affecting the environment. So print less, keep electronic record, but SDS is the only document which in Pakistan as well in rest of the world, it's a legal requirement to have hard copy of SDS for every institution which deals with chemicals, maybe academia or industry. So you have to have inventory of SDS, updated version of SDS. Identification of chemical hazards. Another instrument. And how we come to know identification of that hazard? Again, same document, we call it SDS. And section 2 of SDS, if you just go back to the slide, section 2, hazard identification. So section 2 gives you details of all the possible hazards of that chemical. Chemical product label. Why labeling is required? Students or researchers, what's your take on that? Why labeling is required? Okay, because okay. Another question: which is the most dangerous chemical in your lab? Sorry. H2S support. Thank you, sir. Any unlabeled chemical is the most dangerous one because it has no name. You don't know what's in it. I'm a frequent user of LinkedIn, and somebody made a post on LinkedIn and with a picture. And he was saying that I used to keep petrol in my car, 2 or 3 bottles, or maybe it's a good idea to keep petrol in your car, because if you find some needy person who is out of fuel, you can help him. And the bottle was Nestle Pure Life. So then I promptly commented on that. This is no good practice. And what if somebody use that empty bottle of petrol and go to the cooler and drink water? So labeling is that much important, and don't use any food containers for keeping chemicals. Okay, labeling is important to make you aware of the hazard of that chemical. Okay, UN classification of chemicals. In order to harmonize the classification, labeling is required, and then there is a UN classification. What should a label look like? What information it should contain? So all these informations are given in the UN classification. And if you go to SDS, it will answer all of your queries, provided if you're willing to go through SDS. Okay, 2002 to 8 World Summit on Sustainable Development encouraged nations to adopt GHS. Unfortunately, Pakistan is still one of the countries. I don't know about Indonesia. I think they have adopted. I read somewhere. And what about Nigeria and Cameroon? I don't know. But they are encouraged to use GHS system for labeling, coding of chemicals. And what are the GHS pictograms? I will come to later. Managing, handling, and disposing chemicals. Okay, maintain chemical safety requires care across the entire supply chain. What is the supply chain of a chemical? First, you have to order the chemical. You have to place orders somewhere else. I need X chemical in that much quantity. Then receiving, storing, and using. So this is the complete supply chain of a chemical. I'm coming to that because after using that, then comes disposing, which is the most burning issue in not only in academia but in chemical industry of Pakistan. Except for some handful of multinational companies, local industry, they are not taking care of disposing chemicals, and the example is Ruhi Nala in Lahore, and all the stuff going in from the tanneries of Kasur to the mainstream rivers and water channels. So, and they are disposing, but a backdoor channel without treating. And it's a very burning issue because people living nearby, they are exposed unknowingly because they poor people, they don't know about the hazards of chemical. And the aquifer is contaminated, groundwater is contaminated, and they are pumping out water for domestic use from the ground, which is highly contaminated. All the rivers. Okay, chemicals in original manufacturers containers. Why it is important? Because this is a trend to reuse. I don't know why people are so fascinating about keeping these bottles, and they want to keep them in the labs for good and keep pouring fresh chemicals from the bulk container or whatever. So it should be kept in original manufacturers containers. No matter how attractive this bottle is, you have to discard after use and ask for the fresh bottle with the new label. And then there is also a tendency to cover the original manufacturer's label with the artificial or handwritten label. And there is an example. This is a bottle of 2-propanol. So by some reason, the name is scratched or scrubbed. Okay, I know it is 2-propanol because I'm a chemist. So I put 2-propanol. And then comes somebody else. Maybe he or she put some other label on that. And then there is never ending story of cross-contamination or anything could go wrong, especially in research labs when you are doing multi-trace analysis and you know the importance of integrity of a chemical. Over-labeling prohibited? No. It's a good idea to have a secondary label above the original label, received on, lab in charge, opened on, so that you can have the trace and track of that chemical used in your lab. Okay, consequences of wrong labeling. There is a case study, improper labeling, what happened. Leftover chemicals in a beaker, because my instructor told me not to put back the chemicals from the beaker into the original bottle. Okay, I went to that corner, put leftover chemical into that drum, which indicates isopropanol. And then there is a big bang. Because there was a wrong labeling by somebody else. And the chemical was nitric acid and isopropanol. They were incompatible to each other. And then a big bang. So be careful. By the way, do you have chemical compatibility list in your labs? You think of preparing one. For example, can somebody give me example in his or her lab how many chemicals are used? Any number. Any number of chemicals used in some lab. 300 in your lab. Okay. Do you think all of them are compatible to each other? No. From where did you find the data of those chemicals compatibility? In safety data sheet. So you have to have a list. Okay, chemical A is not compatible with chemical B. Don't put together in a same shelf because there could be a conflict in case of any mishap. They will collide each other and then they will induce a secondary explosion or secondary accident. So be careful. So that's why chemical compatibility list is mandatory for the labs. And this accident happened because of the wrong labeling. Okay, so all this information is in the safety data sheet. Okay, then we come to the point of labeling of chemicals. There are 9 hazmat class pictograms. Hazmat stands for hazardous material. And these hazmat signs are used for the transportation of chemicals, not for using in the labs. So that's why you have seen in bulk containers or in shipping containers, this type of placards, which are called hazmat pictograms, and they have subclasses. For example, explosive have 2 classes, flammable gases 2.1, then another 2.2 to 2.5, and like that. These labels are only for shipping of the chemicals from one destination to the other, not mandatory in your lab. Generally you don't find them on the bottle of chemical. These 9 pictograms are according to globally harmonized systems. So generally you find, if you don't have old chemicals, maybe 50 years old chemical lying in your lab, you don't find this pictogram. But the recent one, they have all pictograms according to the hazard of the chemical. So are you familiar with those pictograms? Yes, no? Yes. This sign stands for health hazard. If you find this, and the second one is gas cylinder, compressed gases. This is the standard pictogram used globally on the original container, not the shipping document. Flame over circle is oxidizers. Flame, flammable. Corrosive is the same one. Old pictogram with orange color background that was corrosive, and still it is corrosive, but the diamond color has changed. Environment polluted, toxic for marine life and plants, this sign. And then sign of exclamation is irritant, dermal sensitizer. And then explosion, exploding bomb is the sign of explosive chemicals, organic peroxides, self-reactive chemicals. Skull and crossbones is poison. I'm sure if you just go back to your labs and see the chemical bottles closely, you will see those signs. And then another sign used, mostly it is given on the bulk containers, if not on the small one. For example, this is chloroform, and this is NFPA. NFPA stands for National Fire Protection Association code 704. This is hazard fire diamond, and this information is primarily for firefighters. Okay, the number 2 is hazardous, and number 4 is deadly. So it's 0 to 4 in a blue rectangle, blue square. In red square, it is fire hazard. Chloroform is not flammable, so it will not burn. Reactivity, it is stable, not easily react with other chemicals. And there is no special sign required. Special signs are radiation hazard, do not use water, corrosive, alkali, acid, oxidizer. So if you just go back to your labs and you can find this fire diamond. So now you know what is the importance of this fire diamond on the labels. Okay, my favorite topic, PPE. PPE stands for personal protective equipment. We all know that. We all know that, but we don't use them. So this is a question to you guys. Are you? Practitioners means I'm a practitioner. Before entering into the lab, I will use 4 basic PPs. I will tell you what are those 4. Then I will say, Mr. Vasi, please use these 4. I don't have any right to say, Mr. Vasi, if I'm not using them. So practitioner is somebody who practice and then preach. Preaching without practice is a ridiculous approach, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah. And normally, I have seen this trend. People who are at senior level, managers or faculty members, or don't take me wrong, please, faculty members in corporate sector managers, I'm the boss. So chemical will not hurt me because I'm the boss. So this sort of mindset is very dangerous, because a chemical will equally hurt Mr. Zahir, and as compared to gentleman, your name? So chemical will not discriminate between the two, unfortunately. So you have to have respect for the chemical by using safety instructions and PPE. But mind it, PPE is the last line of defense. First is you have to either use, reduce the use, eliminate. If you have, you can substitute the chemical with the safer one, improve your engineering controls, and then use PPE as well. But in the lab, there are 4 basic PPEs which you have to use anyway. And always refer to SDS. And again, I would emphasize on SDS. How this is a Bible of chemical. Because more than 60% of your problems are gone if you understand and implement SDS. Okay, then you need a training on use, limitation, when and how to use, decontamination, disposal. Okay, if we talk about hierarchy of control, so PPE is the last one. And on top of the inverted pyramid is eliminate or substitute. Engineering controls, your exhaust ventilation system, air change system. Awareness means training, and then using PPE. These are possible PPEs. So in the lab, mandatory, goggles mandatory, lab coat mandatory, chemical resistant gloves mandatory if you are handling the chemical, otherwise put it somewhere. Covered footwear mandatory, chappal, sandal, peshawari, all these things are not allowed in the lab. You have reasonable covered footwear or ideal if they are chemical resistant. Thus, gas mask subject to the condition. Again, you refer to SDS. What else? No, this is gender specific, unfortunately. But ladies who wear hijab, so they are advised to use safe hijab, which is not loose. There is no risk of entanglement, no risk of catching fire if you are using flame. So use very secure and safe hijab, which is contained and which is easy to carry in the lab. And then choose the right PP before starting the work. Okay, could be an approach, but this is not the reality. This is it's a photographic illusion. Okay. Don't use wrong PP. Selection, prime source of selection of PP. What is the prime source? Come on, Shabash, who will tell me? SDS. So why you are reluctant? SDS. It's a key to every solution problem in the lab. Do you think it's a nicely maintained safety goggle? Literally, I have seen safety goggles in the labs, in plant environment of this appearance. Nobody would like to use them. PP, first P stands for, so this is your property, isn't it? So consider it as your property, not university's property, because university or lab or industry provided this PPE for your own safety, not for, VC Saab have no interest of if you are not using PPE. He just provided with you the PPE, but this is your interest and your responsibility to use PPE. Care and maintenance of PPE, proper storage cabinet or place. You don't expect it to put wherever you like your goggles, your lab coat. Safekeeping cabinet, nicely maintained. There is an expiry on every PPE. I'm not talking about lab coat, but footwear has expiry. Safety goggles, generally made of polycarbonate plastic, it has expiry. If you have yellowing effect or scratches or something, just discard them and issue the new one. Physical appearance, and you must have a discard policy. Someone in your labs will take responsibility to inspect PP and then craft a discard policy after so many uses, and based on this physical condition, it should be discarded. Let's enjoy a small video. I don't know why it's not playing. Okay, sometimes it happens. Actually, I just wanted to emphasize you how beautiful this image is, and what is the most important thing to enjoy this. What's the most important thing in your opinion? Come on. If you want to enjoy something, maybe a landscape or something, what is the most important thing? Your eyes. And if you don't have eyesight, so then it's your choice. Either use white stick or use safety goggles. At the end of the day, it's your choice. People who are using contact lenses, they are not supposed to wear contact lenses in the labs. A big no. Is someone using contact lenses? The side, boys. No one is using? Good. Some statistics based on the study of US Bureau of Labor Statistics. Unfortunately, in Pakistan, such studies are not conducted. So that's why we are bound or we are forced to use data from developed countries like European Union and United States. So if you just convert in terms of percentage, 60% are facial injuries, and out of that 42%, or 70% rather, are eye injuries, which is alarming. In the United States, which is considered to be the most developed society, and you can imagine what's the situation here. You can say we don't have any incident in our labs. Okay. No reporting, no working, no incident. Okay. So I think I explained what I want to say. No working, no reporting, no accident. Yes. Let's celebrate. You know, last evening's gala dinner. So one of the crucial factors is that we have very bad reporting culture. We don't report bad things because of the fear factor. Okay, my supervisor will fire me. My boss will, and his boss will cut my marks. My what do you call it? Annual performance appraisal. Do you have performance appraisal, or what do you call it? Annual performance report. My numbers will be cut down. So better don't report. Hide everything. Everything is fine. Well, I remember one of my colleague, he was an occupational hygienist from UK. He was visiting my plant, and I said, Martin, what's the reason there are more accidents in European sites of our company than Asia Pacific sites, including Pakistan? He said, Khalid, actually we report everything. So that's why our statistics appears to be high compared to you guys, because you have India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, and all other countries. Some ASEAN countries, they have developed compared to us, but still they are far below. The reporting culture is far below than European countries, because normally they don't lie. They speak the truth. Okay. So in your opinion, what is the answer? Enemy? Yeah, it could be an enemy or it could be a friend. How come it could be a friend? Bhai? Ab bataye. Okay, good. So it has dual use. Depends upon the act of user. Okay. So what is the situation at your facility? Question. Hazardous chemical at your facility. Is there a defined location? Written has complaint? Chemical list? Updated SDS? No. So it nullifies all your first three S's. How important SDS is. So from now onward, you have to struggle to update SDSs of your labs. I mean, somebody told me 300 chemicals in some lab. Maybe in another lab, there are 100 chemicals. In another lab, there are 500 chemicals. So this is the responsibility of the most senior person in the lab, and juniors can also help him or her to maintain the inventory of updated SDS. It's not a rocket science. Okay, very interesting to share. When I was Dr. Saab, with your permission, can I share your example? In ICCBS, when I started this thing, someone questioned me, look, how can we, make sure that SDS is updated in our lab? Because we don't have any access to the document. Okay. I said, from where did you import such these 10 or 15 chemicals? So he named Eldridge, Sigma Eldridge, and Fisher, and some other companies. So I said, SDS is part of your shipping documents. When you ordered the chemical and your shipping documents are received, you just go back and see SDS must be there. One thing. Second thing, if somehow this document is missing in your shipping documents, you just go to the website of that company, maybe Fisher or Sigma Eldridge or whatever, put that CAS RN number, which is the identity of a chemical, and request for the SDS and submit. Definitely you will receive SDS via email, or it is available on their website. You just download it, print it, and keep a record. But if you want to do it, and if you don't want to do it, I can keep talking and talking for days and hours. Nothing would happen. Okay, the list I was referring to, this is the example of the list. So each lab must have a list of whole bunch of chemicals in his or her lab comprising of incompatibilities. For example, acetic acid, very common chemical, not compatible with chromic acid, nitric acid, blah, blah. This is the example. Again, don't think that this is the incompatible chemical list. Just take a printout and display in your labs. This is just an example. You have to prepare. And I think you, Dr. Zaid, in your lab, most of the lab have prepared this list. Common effects of chemical on human body, root causes. Again, root causes, dumbbell. You may end up with skin irritation and OSD, occupational skin disease, which appears after some time of exposure, not necessarily immediately, maybe some days or weeks, and you started appearing skin rashes or some irreversible skin damage. Inhalation. So this is the example of chloroform. CSRN number, chloroform, and threshold limiting volume, milligrams per cubic meter. So this information is derived from the SDS. Oral, mouth. So from today onwards, follow that golden rule. And what is the golden rule? Glucose, sodium chloride. By all means, you know this is safe to use, but you don't use it. This pictogram should appear or blink in your minds. Why it is so? Why I am emphasizing on this? Don't use sodium chloride or glucose. for your own consumption, despite original manufacturer's label and everything, or even the bottle is sealed. Why? Contaminated, because mistake could happen anywhere in the world. Maybe at original manufacturer sites, some worker, he is not happy with his spouse and had a fight last night. So he came and used spatula used for potassium cyanide to fill the bottle of sodium chloride. End of story. No track and trace. Only God will know what happened. Okay. And then comes compressed gas safety. So what make it dangerous in your opinion? It's a gas itself, it's a cylinder itself. Yes, it could be, but the primary yes, pressure. You can imagine the high pressure of compressed gases in a cylinder. You know, it acts like a rocket. If there is accidental release or break of regulator or nozzle, so it will start flying in any direction it finds suitable. Maybe if this is broken, it will go, like a trajectory or projectile anywhere, any direction. It could be a rocket, lethal rocket. So pressure makes it dangerous, not the gas. This is a secondary thing. And this large amount of potential energy stored in the form of high pressure. So this is the this is the symbol, and then some numbers given in the chart. Okay, and then color coding. And these colors may appear different from that laptop screen, but generally, dark green is dark green. That's why it is written here. So this is color coding you will find on the collar of the cylinder. Okay, nitrogen gas. What's the hazard in nitrogen gas? Air contains how much percentage of nitrogen? 78, because we are breathing nitrogen. So what make it dangerous? I'm talking about pure nitrogen, not the air. How much concentration of oxygen is enough to choke you to the death? Less than 10% if you work in the environment. So there is a chance of asphyxiation and permanent brain damage or death. And pure nitrogen have no oxygen, keep it in mind. So that's why it is called a silent killer. Those labs which are using nitrogen, maybe for chromatography, gas chromatography, or for whatever reason, rule number one, gases should be stored outside the lab, not inside the lab. No matter, even if it is oxygen or whatever. Because if there is accidental release or leakage, and it is carbon dioxide or nitrogen, just few breaths are enough. And then people will talking about you the other day at graveyard. I don't know why he or she is passed away. Because of asphyxiation, which is no oxygen in your bloodstream. Okay, compressed gas regulators is a complex component. So don't try to manipulate it. Don't try to self-repair it. Always find a certified and qualified technician to remove, to operate, or to maintain these regulators. And storage, this figure shows you how, how to store cylinder in a secure position outside the lab. And definitely questions will come in your mind, because my lab is at third floor. How can I store cylinders outside the lab? You can put on the ground floor. Outside the lab, you can install a piping system to convey gas into your labs, and then primary valve, which is at the regulator, and secondary valve in your lab. Possible. Nothing is impossible, provided you want to do it safely. Okay, Zahir Sahab, then I will request you to come after one introduction about sharing your best practices in your institution about fire safety. I don't know what is the situation here in for fire safety, but they have very good system. Okay, one term is firefighting. We all know about firefighting. Do we? We all know about firefighting. And we are doing firefighting. Since 1947, we are doing firefighting. And then experts and engineers, they developed another system, which is fire protection. They have equipment, they have fire water reservoir. Okay. Then they thought this is not enough. Then some creative mind thought of an idea of fire prevention. Why there is a fire? Do something that there is no need. Okay, I don't mind having fire protection system, and I don't mind if there is any fire, you stop firefighting. But at first place, the root cause, go to the root cause. Why there is fire? So then comes the term of passive fire protection, which means you have to assure the ways and means that there is no fire. You see, this is the synthetic world. In this room, there are more than 80% of the stuff which is combustible. The seat of the chair you are sitting on is a synthetic fabric, wood, carpet, vinyl, ceiling, false ceiling, all are flammable. So you have to be careful about fire prevention. And for fire prevention, you have to go further back. You have to have a system in place. You have to assure fire maintenance of the system. And you have to assure that there is no leakage or short circuiting or whatever. Because more than 80% of the fires are because of electrical short circuits, even at the chemical plants, or static spark, or static electrostatic discharge. Do you remember the emergency fire number? How many of you remember? 1122. In Punjab, it's 1111. In Sindh as well, they have started, because if you dial 1122 and they will ask what type of emergency, you say fire, they will automatically connect you to the fire department. You all know about fire triangle. Do you know what is fire triangle? What is this? What are the three things required to oxygen, source of ignition, and fuel? You eliminate one thing, there will be no fire. Then there is a twist. There is another factor beyond these three factors in a fire triangle, which make it a fire square. What is it? We all know fire triangle is. What is fire square? Yes. Fire square. There is another strong factor, which is no, me, because I'm the culprit here. So sometimes all three things are present and there is no fire because of the reason that they are apart. So I'm the person who are, joining them all in this party. So I'm the responsible person for the fire square. Okay, so something wrong with the animation. Okay, you will read in your notes how to mitigate fire risk in your labs. Hot surfaces, potential source of fire, flame. I think nowadays no one is using flame in chemical labs except for the biological labs, where you have to sterilize the media or things like that. When I was a student, this so-called Bunsen burner was a very important tool of the lab. And people used to keep it open since the start of the day till the end of the shift. Kaun jalaye matches dhoonde, keep it open. So that was the time. And that's good. There are other ways to heat the system. Maybe you can use electrical heating or whatever. Anyways. And leakages, don't try to repair it yourself. Sparks, electrostatic discharge. You all experience electrostatic discharge in the winter time when there is a friction between nylon and some acrylic material. There is a discharge if you touch the surface, and there is an electrostatic discharge from your body to the floor. And I think everybody has experienced this when there is a dry winter. Okay. Electrical equipment, faulty electrical equipment. By the way, this is very common practice in our country. I've seen very few people who switch off and then pull the plug, not the cord. Okay. This is also a very common picture. We all know about it. And over and above, still we have room for how many points? Two, another three-way, then three, then three, then 6 and 9, and it goes on until there is a big bang. And chemical reactions. Detonation, deflagration, combustible material. Okay, this is a recommended. Maybe in some countries this is mandatory. Chemical storage cabinet. This is UL listed NFPA approved fire safety cabinet for chemicals, and it can give the fire protection up to 2 hours, and normally in 2 hours this fire is extinguished. So if you have flammable chemical inventory in your labs, think of having this type of cabinet. This is the picture from my former company in their lab. They have this fire cabinet, but that was very expensive at that time. Even it costs in millions and it weighs in tons. So what NFPA recommends it is a fire cabinet. And you can find information about firefighting measures in section number 5, then section number 7 and section number 10. Yes, sir. Actually, it is made up of high-grade fire-resistant, high-grade steel with a fire-resistant intumescent coating on the surface, which prevents it up to 2 hours. So special coating on the high-grade steel. But it will be safe for 2 hours because this 2 hours. Yeah. Because NFPA says 2 hours, if you cannot extinguish fire in 2 hours, then better leave the facility. Don't care for the chemicals, because then somebody else, maybe God will help you to extinguish his fire. Otherwise, or if the material is consumed. Okay, you all know about this rule: stop, drop, roll. If there is a fire in this room, so don't panic, don't run. Stop wherever you are, drop and roll, because the smoke is at the higher level in the room. So there are chances that you will be saved as closer as possible to the ground from the smoke. Crawl under the smoke. There is a fire extinguishers, please. Your call. Can you come and then describe the types and the measures you have taken in your institution? Yes, sir. देखिए रेडियो एक्टिव मटेरियल जो रखा है उसके लिए तो यस यू राइट सेपरेट एरिया होना चाहिए और उसके लिए यू हैव स्पेशलाइज्ड कंटेनर एंड देन अगेन refer to the document SDS, and in SDS you will definitely find that you have to have a dedicated zone for that, and then you need a special type of PPE which can prevent you from the radiation. There are special suits available. Nobody is allowed to enter, so you cannot store radioactive material in the common lab. You have to have a separate radiation tag hota hai, then there is a authorized access ka label hota hai, and there is also an alarm system and people entering into that. So they are, there is a protocol, single person cannot enter, 2 people will go, so that if there is something wrong. Yeah. Yeah. So it's a totally special treatment for the radiation. Yes, yes.
Thank you, Khalid sir. The wonderful things. I think everyone is really engaged over here, and I'm really happy to see that people are really serious and they're really taking it serious, and we should take it very serious. What exactly? I mean, we are just discussing over. The gentleman asked me few things that he said. For example, there's a number of things. For example, we have the training, but we have the equipment standing over there. We know. But nobody can use it. They don't know how to use it. So your people, if know how to use the fire extinguisher, is available. Maybe it's not over here. I cannot see anything over here. But the fire extinguisher is already there. Can everybody use it? This is a possible one. For example, even if you go to the petrol pump, you can see the fire extinguisher is there. If there's an incident, no one can use it. So the things is in place, but if you cannot know how to use it, it's useless. What is the solution? So I just share with what exactly we are doing at ICCPS. Previously, we used to arrange conferences or lectures or training session for the entire institution. We are talking about roughly 400 to 500 people. We gather all at a place. We have a lecture and the whole day, and we have the practical demonstration. But you can imagine it is not possible that everyone can get the implementation. So it is not possible that everyone can get the hands-on experience. As a result, just few of them get to be non-experienced and just understand. If you just watch the thing, it looks very simple, but I'm quite sure when you need, you cannot operate it. This is my personal experience. And what I learned from my architects, even if you visit some home, and you have to just press the button to turn on the light. If you are a visitor, you have no idea which button is. And it may be a case of 2 or 3 years. If something does go and somehow it's hard for you to reach the case, but they can switch on the light because he knows So that's the difference between the practice and non-practice. What we have implemented in our institute now, we arrange training program for every month for a short group of people, not more than 25. It may be less than 25, but not more than 25. Every month has to take participate in that training. Every individual should know how to use it. And it's not funny, but it's real, once because this is the how he is leading institute. One is that everyone I see yes, everyone is how he do it. He just call one student over here. And this is everything. He came over there. Do you know how to do it? Yes, sir, I know how to do it. As not try to take it out from here. She can't take it out because it's not the part of the practice that is the instruments for the was. I said, so it's also practice is not. What I have done now, include that maybe some of you can know me. Now I make sure that everyone has to pull this instrument once from the wall and then use it. So that's now once you pull it, in case of emergency, it looks like solid. When you are in trouble, when you are in emergency, you have an idea how long to use to find the fire. Maximum duration is really fire. If is no fire within 3 seconds, 3 seconds, it is nothing. You fight with it, no need to. No need to report. So this is one thing. Second is very important again. You use this instrument, but you take it in heavy working on now. Very important. Now what we have implemented in our institute, we have the system that we take individual application every month. It seems very difficult, but when you place the system works, and it's a routine, and if something becomes routine, it is nothing. People we have more than 500 maybe we have more than 6 to 7,000 indicators, and every instrument every month. We have mixed system. We really have to we are supposed to do make a report on something. So this is quite simple. Everything is not getting body every year because we have to create development for it. And we declare this for the these are the few steps that most anything but need some attention and something you have to feel that this is your responsibility. If you're talking about again, there's a number of training, you have to take the training, and based on your training, you know how you become a firefighter. Experienced person, but at the end, everybody knows how to take part in initiative in the meditation. So, for example, if you're talking about a different type of fire, there are a number of types of fire, 4 different classes of fire. Normally, when you're talking about the large fire, then probably but it is not possible for an untrained people to differentiate them and act them. What is the solution? Now we have a common extinguisher which can be used for any kind of fire initially. Instead, once we have an incident with we have the explosion in the fire, and that's also the reason we try to find out the how what the reason behind it. Everyone they say, this is initial amount of and really we have a explosion over here. So we clear the system and what I was going to mention in this particular class of fire, this is due to the gas, we have to use the specialized cylinder. In normal cases, you can use the general. So these are the different fires. So if you are going to be then I can see maybe know what are the classes, how If you're talking about the electrical fire, how to use it, there might be some central fire or the critical fire, what is the how different classification. And these are the few things which we have implemented in the institutes of training every month in the short class, every class. And one thing is very important. Probably you agree with me. Do you consider your we monitor the almost every year we have the advertisement of vaccine in the labs. So, and everyone knows that this is the soap or the soap, and this is the favorite, and everyone is using it. But why we have the maximum number of any idea? And just imagine the Pepsi, everyone knows, but still they spend a lot of money for just advertising. This is a take-home message for me, for my institute. What I'm taking, what I'm going to do, I mean, for example, this is first. Anything we have done is done. Then we have to think not in every year, maybe you have to, I mean, if it is possible to for you, advise about this, we have every week 15-minute meeting of individual group. I mean, in your lab or your just to remind that these are the safety and we have to work accordingly. So, and then every month we have some small training program and maybe in a large training program every year. Yeah, but what I mentioned, just like the practice, we have to do it regularly. And this is the key. If you keep this exercise regularly, you can change the culture of your safety. So this is a one point message from my point of view. Make it habitual to do it regularly. I mean, you are going to get it. Benefit or not, we don't need to just make it in mind that this is the practice we have to do it, and we have to pass our everyone. But if you will make a culture of this small group discussion on weekly basis, it's the key of success. You have to clear your culture, clear your land, you have to clear the pieces, the distance, and things like that. And then you can move on. You can increase the level of the safety and everyone depending on funding, depending on need, depending on the nature of the work. But the most important thing, what do you want to do?
Okay. So for those who don't know how to use fire extinguisher, because I cannot give you right now a demonstration on training, remember this acronym PASS. Maybe some of you have already known about it. PASS stands for pull, aim, squeeze, sweep. Pull the pin, aim the nozzle towards fire, to the base of the fire, not on top of the fire, and sweep left to right, not up and down. And then there's a chart. Maybe you would not a bad idea to take a printout and put a color display in your labs. What type of fire, which type of fire extinguisher I would use. For example, ordinary combustible material, wood, paper, cloth, foam, yes. CO2, no. Water, yes. Clean agent. Clean agent is a halotron or a chlorofluorocarbon. And DCP is dry chemical powder. Yes. So this table will tell you what type of fire, which type of extinguisher to be used. Just a guideline. Electricity. Similar to chemicals, electricity also, unfortunately, does not discriminate between a boss and subordinate, because it believes on equality. It hurts everyone equally if you try to, intermingle with it. Be careful. Ground it before it grounds you. It means all of your electrical appliances should be properly grounded, earthed. Otherwise, there is a chance it will send you underground pretty early I think no one, even at the age of 90, would like to go to the underground. So you are young fellows, at least younger than me. Okay. Why worry about electricity? Because it seeks the easiest way to go to the ground, and that easiest way could be your body. Try to avoid it. Don't come on its path. It's about 9% fatality rate in all industrial and occupational fatalities. 9% of all the industrial accidents or fatalities is a significant number. Electrical potential is ability to go to the ground, ability or characteristic of electricity to go to the ground. Like, for example, this is a bottle of water. If I open the lid and just disturb it, water will go to the ground because of the gravitational pull. And similarly, live electrical wire also has a potential and would like to reach to the ground. Because this is a law of nature, everything needs to go to the ground. We should also go to the underground someday. But at least you can prevent any premature death. Okay, if we talk about the threshold of your body, starting from milliampere, 1 milliampere, 200,000 milliampere, which is sufficient to light a 100-watt bulb. So in between, there is a range or band which can stop your heart, which is around 100 to 300 milliamperes. Avoid this thing, loose connections, because we are very cost conscious nation. So we try to save each and every penny of in our households, in our offices, in institutions. यार कोई बात नहीं, जरा ब्लैक हुआ है ना, चल जाएगा. लूज है, device is heating, चल जाएगा. And one day, it may gonna cost you 100 times more than replacing this 200 rupees plug. Or situation like this, or this, heating, and then non-standard. There is a word in Urdu called jugaad, which is recognized globally by Oxford University dictionary. God is something which is, out of the blues comes into your mind and you somehow make the way through it. So never try to make any jugaad with chemicals and electricity, please. And again, this traffic jam is not allowed. Then comes the signs. These are special signs, electrostatic discharge or symbols. So this type of signage is used in some special facilities where highly inflammable gases or solvents are handled. Like, for example, refineries, not exactly into your labs, but refineries or LPG installations where even a tiny static discharge can ignite the whole system. So whenever you come across these type of signs, be careful. And there are specially designed footwear, because normal footwear, if you are walking on a carpet, it generates electricity of more than 1000 milliamperes. And if there is a even tiny electrostatic discharge using your footwear, it can ignite the system. So specially designed footwear are used, which are called anti-static safety shoes. Yes, sir. Are we taking break? Okay, so lunch break, and actually, after the session, after the lunch break, I am not happy with that because more than 50% of the population has a dip. So, but don't worry, I have arrangement to keep you alive after lunch. So we will come back and do some Japanese activity to keep you alive after lunch. So please announce the lunch break time.
Thank you very much for being such a lovely audience, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for your question. It's time for prayer break. Requesting to everyone, please eat at right after the break. Thank you.
You are feeling drowsy, and if you have a dip, so I would request you to stand up. Stand up wherever you are, and stand up and follow me. Follow the instruction and do exactly what I asked you to do. Okay? So all ready? So, no, not yet. Follow the instructions. So that just say as if you are listening national anthem and follow the instructions. I will say, I will do something and say something, and then you will act. Right? Did I say you to clap? Oh, just listen. Clap. I have not finished as yet. When I say do that, you will. Okay. Clap. No. Okay, sit down. Because you see, that's the distortion in communication. I will come to the topic later. So whenever you are said, you are asked something, you are listening at the speed of, I'm speaking at the speed of say 30 to 40 words a minute. And you are listening. You are not listening. That you are just thinking, not listening what I'm saying. Or the speaker is saying. So that's the distortion in communication. And that's why the accidents or incidents happens, because you are not listening what is being told and asked you to do. And have someone of you gone through this National Geographic documentary, Air Crash Investigations? 80% of the accidents are because of human failure, not machine failure, because modern aircrafts are designed almost, operate trouble-free without any issues. But whenever it comes to human-machine interface, HMI, mistakes happens. Sometimes pilot is at fault, and communication between air traffic controller and pilot, disasters happen, because you can imagine aircraft flying all over the world. Pilots are from different countries. And official language of ATC is English. And sometimes he or she understands differently what the pilot is saying. So that's the distortion in communication. Okay, so I think no more dip, no more drowsiness. Why is not? Help, ये क्यों नहीं बढ़ रहा आगे भाई? That's why I hate this gadget, and I always used to carry my own. Air traffic controller is on lunch break, aircraft crash. You get it. Okay, it's back now. Right, so we were talking about electrostatic discharge, or ESD symbols. These are special science, not commonly used in every lab. in special industrial environment or some special research labs. And then comes the term of earthing. What is earthing? To direct the electrical potential towards the ground. This illustration shows that this system is positively charged, and if it is earthed, it goes to the ground, and then there is a zero electrical charge on the system. And then there is another term used, bonding, earthing and bonding. And there is no term which is called earth bonding, because some non-qualified or unskilled electricians use this term earth bonding. Earth bonding is no term. Earthing is a separate thing, and bonding is the terminology used to combine two systems which are earthed. So this is a key to the electrical safety parameter, which prevents a system for any spark or ignition due to spark. Okay. So then comes another issue, which is a refrigerator in the laboratory. So in your opinion, what is the potential risk? Sorry? CFCs, okay, CFCs, but suppose if you are using a refrigerator in a lab to store certain chemicals, so there is likelihood that your compressor will not leak because your refrigerator is okay. And if the CFC even leaks, it will not make much difference in the lab environment. But what is the hidden hazard using a refrigerator? Not well maintained. From this side idea, there is a potential hidden danger. What is that? Because I want you to think rationally. What could possibly go wrong if you are using a refrigerator in a lab? Water spill, no. Yes, you are closer to the answer, because why refrigerators are used in labs? Because you need to store certain chemicals at certain temperature. And it is recommended in the SDS that store, say, below 30 or below 20 or sometimes below 0. What if electricity fails and you don't have secondary backup and there is a long weekend, and then the refrigerator comes to ambient temperature and then rise, and that particular chemical will exceed its storage temperature. So either it may accidentally release, breaking the seal, or the container might blow up. So that's the hidden danger. So what should we do now? You have to have a secondary power backup system in case of long weekends or unattended hours. Refrigerator is keep running so that chemicals stored in the refrigerator are safe. Okay. Normally we don't hear these things, and sometimes nothing happens, and sometimes something happens. So we want to avoid that 0.0001 chance of incident in the lab. Okay. That was the primary danger. Electricity fails and the system keep on heating above ambient temperature. Okay, electrical safety device. I will quickly jump over because you can refer to your notes and you can Google search. I'm not going to details of GFCIs. Just quick note on that, ground fault circuit interrupters are devices which can turn off the equipment, preventing operator from electrical shocks. And similarly, fuses and circuit breakers are designed to trip off or shut down the equipment to prevent operator. Grounding, guarding, distance, keep away, explosion-proof devices. And I don't think, except for refinery labs, explosion-proof devices are used in common labs. So this is just for your knowledge. Good to have knowledge of EX devices. And last but not least, PPE. Control of electrical hazards may require maintenance of the equipment, lockout, tagout systems. By the way, what is lockout, tagout system? Any idea? Yeah, main panel, if it is under maintenance, so it is mandatory to put a lockout, tagout sign so that other operator or electrician may not operate it with the error, and then it has an incident or some electrocution or something happens, and same applies to the lab equipment. So the significant importance of lockout, tagout system is to warn others, hey, look, this equipment is out of order, do not use it. Fluctuation stabilizers, general stabilizers, and surge protectors, which are required for sensitive equipment like GCMS and HPLCs and like that, and some other sensitive equipments which may have effect on the end results because of electrical fluctuation. Okay, permit to work system is a very important document. Generally, labs do not follow it, but in some labs it is required that you have to have a permit to work system so that any hazard or potential threat of incident could be prevented. And then electrical audits. Okay, then comes the most important part of the lab is fume hood. Fume hood is not, as I mentioned earlier, fume hood is not a wooden box equipped with the exhaust fan or blower. It is a properly structured and designed equipment. And the purpose of fume hood is to protect end user or operator from exposure of chemical fumes or stray vapors. Generally, these are parameters, instructions, how to use fume hood effectively. And how many, Dr. was telling me that they have in total 15 labs and 5 labs are well structured. Excuse me, Doctor, do you have fume hoods in your labs? Fume hoods? 1, 2. So now you have to do a detailed safety review of those fume hoods, whether they are according to ASHRAE 110 standards or not. I will let you know what is ASHRAE 110 standard. This type of arrangement is strictly prohibited in fume hoods because it affects the airflow in the system because of these obstacles and poorly maintained or bad housekeeping in the fume hood. This could be an ideal situation. Minimum articles stored in fume hood. Unfortunately, we used to store a lot of chemicals in bottles and articles in fume hood just in case maybe I need to use it tomorrow. So we are using it as a storage cabinet, not as a fume hood. So avoid this situation. Before starting working in before you start to work in fume hoods, you have to take care of these things. purposely made and designed fume hood. Must have a dust, exhaust dust, baffles, and airfoil. There are various standards used for different types of fume hoods. One of them is 62.1. General guideline for air change recommendation in the labs. Occupied, partially occupied, and vacant. Air change per hour, 12 to 6 to 4. Air change per hours mean whatever the volume of your lab is. For example, if it is occupied lab, fully functional lab, you need 12 AHCs. For example, if this is a lab and its volume is 200 cubic meter. So 12 times per hour, entire air of this room will be replaced with a fresh air. But lab is quite smaller than this auditorium. I'm just giving it as a reference point. Objective to supply fresh air according to PEL. As I mentioned earlier, what is PEL? Permissible explosive or explosion limit per workday. Split air con are not recommended, but unfortunately, most of the labs use split air cons. And if you have no other options but using split air cons, then you have to have a secondary air change system in the lab. Otherwise, they will keep on circulating the same exhaust air within your lab, although it will be cooler than ambient temperature. But what's the use of having 16 degree or 20 degrees Celsius temperature in the lab, whereas you are inhaling the same dirty air again and again? Better replace it with HVAC system. HVAC stands for heating, ventilation, and air conditioning. So better use a package type or central air conditioning unit. So it has a system to provide fresh air as well as keep the cool air inside with the supply of fresh air and exhausting the spent air. These are standards you can read later, class 1, 2, 3, and 4. 1 is low contaminant concentration and 4 is highly contaminated. So these are the categories. Okay, then comes hazard communication. I've done an exercise, those who are not there in this room. So the purpose of that, listen what is being said carefully and understand, and then apply. Hazard, what's the difference between hazard and risk? Can somebody else give it a thought? Okay. Okay. So if I give you two figures, is this hazard? Okay. So what's the risk? Am I the risk? Maybe. Unless until I do not do this, I'm a risk. Then all is blown up. So hazard and risk equation is like that. Hazard is there, risk is there. I'm a risk because I have a potential to create accident. If I try to interact with hazard in inappropriate way. HAZCOM is hazard communication, which is a standard, and according to that standard, every individual working in a chemical environment has a right to know what are risks and hazards to my health in the lab. And normally people do not exercise their right to know because of various fear factors. Oh, what would my supervisor will feel? What would my colleague will feel? So unfortunately, we are that kind of nation. So we don't exercise our right, the right, appropriate right to know. So every individual has right to know and refuse to work if the conditions are not fulfilled. But here, unfortunately, we do not make any objection, and especially it happens into the industry where poor workers, they just to save their job, they don't ask or refuse if they are asked to do work in a inappropriate way or hazardous environment. Because we are at the end, we are all saving our jobs or whatever we are getting to earn the bread. So this is very important, and that's the difference between us and the rest of the world. In other developed countries, workers and students and researchers, they have right, they know their rights. They simply refuse it if you don't provide them with the right conditions. Here we don't. Any comment on that? And when we talk about right to know, one is community right to know. For example, you have a lab, you have a big lab, and closer to your lab, there is a some residential area. And the community living in that residential area, they have right to know what's going on. And similarly, communities living closer to the industrial installations or plants, they have right to know, but no one exercise their rights. And your right to know comes under workplace right to know, because you are working in certain conditions and environment. So now tell me, as an employee, as a student, do you have a right to know? Yes or no? Now wait, I can see my screen, you cannot see, unfortunately. Okay, you have all the rights to get to know about the chemicals, and you have all the rights to get to know about the safety data sheets or equivalent document. And next time, if your supervisor or if your senior refuse to give you the information, you have your legal rights to ask. I'm not saying that you just bluntly go and start fighting with him or her, but you have politely, you can remind him or her that this is my right to know, please give me the information. Luckily, here in this room, faculty members are here, researchers are also here. Researcher means students. So it's a combined mix. So you have to have respect to each other's rights. So is it a planned load shedding or what? In the meantime, you can ask question, please. Keep okay. Everybody, light आ गई. सवाल नहीं पूछना पड़ेगा. I don't know why people are shy of asking questions. Remember, questions are never silly. Answers may be silly. Because I don't have answer to every question asked, but maybe I can let you know how to get the right answer from where. Meeting disconnected. Reload. IT help. किधर गए भाई IT वाले? Yes. I will ask to ask him, not now, at the end of the session, I will ask to come as a volunteer to speak, share, maybe not if, I would be happy if even a single person, gentleman or lady, come here and share the experience. Anything happened to you, 2017, it happened to me. Yeah. But generally, my experience is people do not speak up. Oh, यार मैं बता दूंगा तो मेरा supervisor will oh, you didn't tell me 2017 it had happened to you, now you are telling me. No one is free from mistakes, but the thing is, what did you learn from the mistake? A mistake is a treasure if you learn from it. Why it's not coming up by somebody doing something or still at lunch? Okay. Oh, it's back. Good. Okay. So I think we all agree that hazards are of two types: recognized and unrecognized. And to explain this, I need a volunteer. Who will dare come up to the stage? Ajay. Clapping for her. पहले ये मुझे बताइए कि don't have any balancing problem. You can balance yourself. Okay, good. अब आपने ये करना है, जैसे मैं देख लें मुझे पहले. Don't start doing it now. अपने ऐसे हाथ flying जो होता है ना वो not Superman that नहीं है, that was the movie, the ship movie क्या था? Titanic. Titanic position. You see, ऐसे खड़ी हो, ऐसे ऐसे हाँ हाथ, ठीक है. अब आप try to balance at one foot, ठीक है. ऐसे बैलेंस करना है आपने, एक फुट पे ऐसे बैलेंस करना है. जब तक मैं कहूँगा ना बैलेंस करना है आपने. नहीं कोई बात नहीं, इक्वली जाएंगे. नो इक्वली जाएंगे. आई एम ग्लैड टू वॉलंटियर. वरना अमूमन इवन इन योर आईसीसी डेज वर्किंग डजंट कम अप, तो मुझे फिर बुलाना पड़ता है. ओके, शी कैन डू इट. ठीक है, मैं ज्यादा लंबा टाइम नहीं लूंगा. जस्ट बैलेंस, ट्राई टू बैलेंस योरसेल्फ. ठीक है, आ जाए, वापस आ जाए. ठीक है. अब आप आंखें बंद, यही सेम पोस्चर, आंखें बंद कर लें एंड देन ट्राई टू बैलेंस इट. What's the difference between two stages? पहले वाले में और बाद वाले में. Okay, please, thank you. Now I tell you why it was easy and why it was difficult. You know, there is a cognitive relation between your mind and research. When you are doing something with your open eyes, the brain sends the signal. Okay, I'm standing like this. Okay, all okay. My brain sends the signal. Okay, Khalid, you are balanced. Fear of falling. The moment I, lift my one foot, so then something is wrong. Something is not right. उसपे आता है ना इंटरनेट पे, no connection. something went wrong. And the moment you close your eyes, brain sends even stronger signal. Something is extremely wrong. And that's the reason you will not be able to balance. People can balance with practice, like it needs time. So that is when you are facing some hazard with your open eyes, with all of your senses, hazard is recognized. And the extremely dangerous position is when hazard is unrecognized. As you mentioned, that bottle with no label is the most hazardous chemical. What is that? That is unrecognized hazard. So when it comes to deal with hazards, so assume that every hazard is unrecognized. So then prepare accordingly. You got my point? Don't take it easy. Every hazard has consequences, risks. So you have to be careful and deal according to the hazard as if it is not recognized. Concept is clear or not? Any question? Okay. As I mentioned earlier, sender speaking at the speed of 120 words per minute, and listener listening at the speed of 30 words per minute and thinking at much higher speed, because he or she wants to listen what he or she is thinking. हम जो सोच रहे होते हैं ना वो सुनना चाहते हैं, और जो कहा जा रहा होता है उसको नहीं सुनते. That's the issue. Distortion in communication. Result: confusion, chaos, mental lock. Now, another volunteer, आप अपनी जगह बैठे रहें, and when the counter will start, read the sentence which is written over here. Sir, आप पढ़ लीजिएगा. आप पढ़ लीजिएगा जो मैं जब हाँ ऊंची आवाज में पढ़ना है, और माइक ले लेना. अगर मुश्किल है तो इधर आ जाए, नहीं तो. Okay. So the moment I will turn on the counter, start reading. ठीक है, देखिए why it happened. फिर भी आपने सही पढ़ लिया. Although the spelling was wrong, but you read it correct. Why it is? Because human mind is conditioned to catch or scan few words and read it correctly. But sometimes it doesn't happen. And that's why the instructions and safety instructions and SOP should be in a clear, defect-free, simple language. Okay, English is a pretty well straight language, but in Urdu, there are meanings of the sentence said in a different. I only will speak a few words. Sorry for the participants online. Roko mat jane do. Roko mat jane do. Is there a difference? Same wording, same sentence. The way I delivered. So that's the reason for distortion in communication. And accidents happens because of, as I mentioned earlier, because of human error and human perception to misunderstand the instructions. Okay. Okay, this I'll just skip the slides. International codes for color, water pipeline color kya hona chahiye, and steam color, acid pipeline colors. So this is again a hazard communication. Lockout, tagout signs we have discussed. This is the example of lockout, tagout signs. Inspection tags. What are the inspection tags, by the way? बताइए. inspection tags are designed to put on an equipment which is under inspection or not in use or under preventive maintenance or whatever. Direction indication tags, flow, rotation, temperature. So this comes under hazard communication or warning signs. And I saw your questionnaire you were filling in the morning. So a lot of signs were there and you were asked to put the correct name of the signs. So this is the example of some special signs. You all know about it? No confusion, clear? Okay, this is the typical example of unrecognized hazard, asbestos. Asbestos is a global issue. A lot of countries, they are doing very structured program to mitigate the risk of asbestos. Unfortunately, in Pakistan, no. We have tons and tons of asbestos in old buildings, barracks, and construction sites. And the alarming part of this situation is that asbestos is getting older and older, and its sleeping hazard is now becoming alive. And there is no awareness at government level how to mitigate the risk of asbestos. And I don't think you have asbestos on your roofs and pipes in this campus, but in the industry, it's an issue. And the troubled part of the situation is that we don't have any approved landfill site for the asbestos. Globally, yes, we have. And let me give you the example of my former company. In 2014, where they have decided to close down the chemical plant in Pakistan, where I was working as a GM plant. So they decided to close the plant, and we had an issue of asbestos because we had some old buildings. And there was a directive from Germany that either you find an approved landfill site for the asbestos or ship it back to Germany. And you can imagine the cost of shipping dangerous material out of Pakistan, how complex it is. So technically that was not possible because of this Basel Convention, where Pakistan has also signed in the previous government of Prime Minister Nawaz Sharif. They signed according to that Basel Convention. There was a boundary restriction of movement of hazardous material prior to any permission. And the route is very difficult. So to cut it short, this asbestos is still lying in a proper structured wrapped form in one of their warehouse in Lahore, unless until Pakistan find a solution to dispose it off by a safe landfilling. So this is the story of a company which is very much careful about the environment, and they can go to any extent to fulfill the environmental due diligence. But how many local companies can go to that extent? It's a big question mark. And I still remember the dismantling, decommissioning cost of plant was in billions of euros. And in that cost, there are 10 to 15 plants could be installed in Pakistan. So you can imagine to the extent these companies goes to prevent health and safety in the environment. And then Legionella legionnaires disease, this is a common disease, and the bacterium is found in the air conditioning ducts, especially in centrally air conditioning units, if they are not properly maintained and disinfected. Another occupational disease. This is, by the way, again, Why don't we share it? Yes. Learn from the mistakes. Okay, slip trip fault. And then 54% are human factors in that. Again, human factor comes at higher rank. Recognize hazards and their consequences. Again, SGS. I think by the end of this workshop, everybody will, I will use SGS from tomorrow onwards, isn't it? Common factors. Prevent yourself, your colleagues, and your future generations, because we are all handling chemicals, and we know that there are some chemicals which genetically modify your ability to reproduce, and it may transfer to your next generations. Be careful. That is mutagenic or teratogenic effects. Apparently, you feel you are safe, but your next generation might not. Look at the example of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Radiation exposure, more than 60 years. Oh no, more than that. 1945, how many years? 1945? 80 years. Still, Japanese children are born with birth defects. Thalidomide was a scandal of that, I think, anti-pregnancy drug, which yeah, and then defective babies were born. Yeah. And okay, then emergency lab emergency response plan. Do you have any, by the way? Do you have lab emergency response plan? A written document? Any lab? You should have. And it's the whole, detailed document which describes what type of emergencies could arise in my lab, what to do in case of emergency, who will do what, responsibility of persons. So it's a very important document. I think you can prepare it. But if you ask consultants like me, so they will charge something to prepare your emergency. Okay. And the stakeholders are people, primarily. Adverse effects are similarly on people, you're running projects, property, environment. And last but not least, media coverage, media attention. And you know how nasty Pakistani media is. And they are, always ready to make something out. And God forbid if something wrong with your organization or lab or department or university, you can imagine media attention, how lethal it could be. You remember the biggest industrial disasters? Bhopal, 1984, Piper Alpha disaster, and BP incident in Gulf of Mexico. British Petroleum went bankrupt. Union Carbide is no more on the face of the earth because of Bhopal incident, and so many other companies. Companies are gone for good. Lab evacuation plan with layout. This is again part of your emergency response plan. You should know where you are, what to do, where to exit. For example, in this auditorium, if something went wrong, do you know where the emergency exits are? How do I know that? No sign, no exit. So it is not only for the occupants, but for the visitors. Too small, not as bold, big, bold, green, not red. Exit means you are going to the safe. Red is no problem. Emergency exits are green background with white letters. Exit to the safe place. No sign here. And similarly for the labs. Labs should be, this is just an example layout, a clutter-free, and you know where to go, emergency exit, keep clear. So these signs. And if you have a building, it's a complex, then you should know where you are. This blue dot indicates you are here, and you might have seen it in your hotels and in the larger offices, your location. If some of you have the experience of staying in 4-star, 5-star hotels, and it's common display on the door, but normally people don't bother it. Kuch nahi hua. But you should know where to run, where to go. So your location, exit routes, assembly points. Do you have defined assembly points in your university? In case of fire, no. It's a task. To-do's list mein dal dein isko. Essentials for this plan: emergency preparedness, fire evacuation preparedness, medical emergency accident exposure or injury, animal research or injury exposure if you have an animal lab in your organization, chemical spills, biological or blood spills, radiation, hazardous gas, bomb threat. Unfortunately, I don't have any whiteboard. So the simple, can you describe a 3-letter word of emergency evacuation? Can anybody describe? 3-letter word. What is the run? Run. Emergency evacuation. Run. Run doesn't mean that you run. Somebody. Lowest MP, please. Okay, then comes another heading, waste management. The approach is 3R. What is 3R? Reduce, first thing, reuse, and then last is recycle. If you do it recycling at the first place, you will lose the opportunity of reducing it and reusing it. When hazardous waste is regulated, who will answer this question? When hazardous waste is regulated. Regulated means comes under certain law and regulation. Bataiye. Yes. No. No. Always be. Yeah, you are somewhat closer to the answer. Yes. Always. Okay. The moment it is generated. The moment it is generated, it is regulated if you have any regulations. Unfortunately, Pakistan is one of the countries which are heavily regulated and legislated, but there is a twist. Zero implementation. We have all sort of regulations, restrictions, laws, just a copy-paste exercise. Even Building Code of Pakistan, which was implemented in 2016, October 2016. And then it's a federal law. And then the government of Pakistan, especially Sindh government, they give extension period of 2 years and they ask all the buildings to regularize, provide firefighting systems, emergency exits, escape routes. Nothing happened. And the law is, I think it's a 200-page document. What a nicely written document, but it's no use. Because we don't want to do it. Rule number 1, minimize the waste generation at source. Difficult, isn't it? Is it easy? Yes. The most difficult one. Because we are not applying 5S or 6S. 6S is safety, 5S the other S's. How to start lab waste management plan you should have in place. Decide the responsibilities. Set goals and objectives. Again, a difficult task. Identification of waste. Because you know better than me what type of waste are generated in your labs. I cannot guess it until I do detailed safety review of your labs. Tell me one thing. What do you do about your leftover chemicals? Simple question. Working in lab. You have done some experiment, use certain chemicals, and at the end there are some leftovers. What do you do about them? Because we have a very good system with white color, nice cozy sink or maybe stainless steel sink. And then municipal authorities will take care of it. When I joined HEX in 1984, because I was a raw postgraduate, chemistry graduate, I was, as ignorant as today's masters of chemistry could be. So I started my career in quality control lab and then transferred to production, manufacturing, supply chain, product supply, and I felt that I'm a very clever person. So I asked my supervisor, sir, your lab has a defect. Why? I said, you have a lab sink, but they are not connected to any outgoing drain. You have put a 100-liter drum beneath the drain. And what if this drum overfills? So he laughed at me and said, gentlemen, this is because that no chemical waste is drained even accidentally to the main drain. And there is a document, go through it. And this drum is replaced every day by lab attendant because he knows what to do. So the main drain of quality control lab was not connected to outgoing sewer line. And I'm talking about 1984. And now you are telling me that into that white sink. So think about it. Segregation of waste at source. How many people take care of these things? Very few. When I first visited Germany, so in one evening, I bought a McDonald's and then I take away and then I start walking and eating. And when my burger was ended, and then I thought, wrap, where do I put my wrap? So I saw dustbin of various colors. And this instruction was in German language, which I didn't know at that time. So I just open up one and put it into that. And thanks God, no one was watching me. Otherwise, I could have been caught and fined because that was wrong bin. So I should have thrown it into the blue one paper. So still in our society, we don't segregate waste. The moment it is generated, if you segregate it, it will be cost effective and easy because not all wastes are hazardous. Some are recyclable, some are reusable. But you need to take a pen. Oh yeah. Okay. So GHS hazard colors are from starting from minimum hazard to severe hazard. This is a color coding. And from where did you get this information? SDS. I think answer to every third or fourth question is SDS. Let me help that. Picture on आगे आगे यानी आगे नहीं जा रहा है not going back and start up display mode में आए Okay, so this is a flow chart of lab waste management system, chemical waste, solid liquid, non-chemical waste, solid liquid, what to do. So this gives you a rough idea, and then you can make your own disposal tree of chemicals or hazardous material. Because when I talk about hazardous material, waste from biolabs, disposable syringes, used media, petri dishes, and surgical gloves also comes under that hazardous material. How to minimize? Carefully estimate chemicals to be used and think before you pour. How much quantity I really need. Not that the case, just in case. 50 mil, okay, just in case I need more, take 70 mils. No, 50 means 50. Because this is human psyche. If you are spending someone else's resources, you always adopt the lenient way. If it is your own resources, you think twice investing. Again, do not add all types of waste. Remember the case study, nitric acid and isopropanol. Segregation at source, take into account chemical compatibility. And your idea of throwing everything into the sink, no. And if you really want to throw it, then disconnect it from the main sewer line. Put some container, maybe you can put IBC, intermediate bulk container of 1000 liter capacity. You can put it outside the lab, connect it with the drain, but then you have to watch carefully when it is filled. Okay, container management. What is container management? When I was in my former company, so there is a structured way of managing containers. Pesticide drums, because I was in the agrochemical department, so we were manufacturing pesticides. Pesticide drums, 200 liters steel in plastic, highly attractive for the other users. They were ready to give us premium price because all were imported from Germany and France and Switzerland and America and whatnot. So, but we have a structured way of cutting the drums, puncturing the drums, pressing them. First, rinsing them thrice, then pressing them, puncturing and pressing, and then sending for smelting to steel industry. Similarly, plastic drums, rinsing, cutting into 4 halves, and sending it for recycling. So that was part of container management. And in your area, your containers are small bottles, starting from 100 ml to 2.5 liters lab mein. So you can easily design a container management system for your bottles. Yes, sir. Yes, it is very complicated. That's why we have cutting them, disposing them, so that nobody can use it. But here in Pakistan, these drums are not even for drinking water. But if you go to Karyana stores, you can find drum filled with sugar, blue chemical drum. And I never use tomato ketchup because I saw local companies, they are using chemical drums to store tomato ketchup, which has everything except for tomatoes. You know that. This is just flavor and color and fillers. Yes. Yes. So, okay. So these are the parameters to be considered while managing hazardous waste. Then separate storage system in lab with secondary containment. Secondary containment is a container in which primary container is put just in case primary container leaks, so it will not spill around in your lab area. So toxic waste with secondary container, a storage area before you send it for disposal. Final treatment, there are plenty of treatments. For example, we were manufacturing pesticides, and in Pakistan, I have audited almost 15 or 20 incineration plants throughout Pakistan, but none of them was compliant to our standards, international standards of Bayer. So then eventually we landed with Lafarge cement. At that time, that was Lafarge, now Bestway cement. And we made a contract with them, and they were charging very premium amount. I think $10 per kg. They were charging us, and they were decomposing our toxic waste into the cement kiln. Some you can send for recycling, and some for thermal incineration. And there are plenty of solutions available: incineration plant, chemical treatment, plasma gasification, very expensive, not available in Pakistan so far, and landfilling. Landfilling is done for the ashes, not for the chemicals directly. Ashes from incineration plant or any hazardous material which you cannot burn, like for example asbestos. So you need a landfilling. And landfilling doesn't mean a big khadda, which is, dig out and put everything in that. Landfill site is specially designed, a structured system. This illustration gives you the idea how it works. Again, unfortunately, we don't know EPA, US EPA landfill site in Ghana. And I have visited plenty of them. All are telling very good landfill site, and when we just go just a thunder. Like have you seen a mountain of waste? Nobody has seen. Just visit Mahmood Booty in Lahore, just besides the ring road. If you go from Kala Shah Kapoor towards airport, so Mahmood Booty comes in between. Mountains of waste. Okay, then a subject of chemical security system. Okay, why it is important? Security. We were talking about chemical safety. The difference between safety and security. Chemical security protect chemical safety. First thing first. Chemical safety protect humans from the harmful effects of chemical. Okay. And chemical security, exactly the opposite. Protect chemical from harmful effects. Because there is no more dangerous creature than human being. Even the lion, the most brutal and dangerous species, is the most dangerous one. So chemicals को उनसे बचाने के लिए chemical security system was designed. And what could be the illegal use of chemicals? I think you know very well. dual use chemicals, acetic anhydride. In black market, 1 liter costs millions of rupees. Why? It is used as a desiccant in the preparation of drug, heroin, marijuana, because it removes moisture from the end product, which gives the fine texture and what a high quality of heroin. Acetic acid, because I have very difficult time while handling acetic anhydride on my side, because that was controlled chemical, and we have to reply in writing to the authorities, anti-narcotic force, each and every milliliter of acetic anhydride used at my plant. In, out. We were asked to maintain a register, 100 liters received from Germany, or 1,000 liters, how much used, give us the recipe, in, out. And you know very well, in chemical reactions, input is never equivalent to output. 10 in, never 10 comes 10 out. There are, impurities and wastages. But we were forced to report. Anyway. Security levels, normal security level, which are for the normal labs, and elevated security levels, which are for the sensitive research labs, like for example, KRL labs and radiation chemistry labs, where the security levels are elevated. In your labs, it's under normal security. 1 and 2. KRL labs comes under 2. So these are the levels and features. Do you have any SOP to control your labs after off hours to prevent unauthorized access? Yes, no. Or simple lock. Lock with 3 keys. Do you have that system? And is it documented? Oh, actually, if you say not documented, then I'm sorry, I normally I don't believe. Because documentation is then your question would be, documentation would be tampered, but at least it should be documented. But I'm glad you have at least 3 key system. And the purpose is to prevent theft, unauthorized use, misuse, and damaging human beings or environment. Environment is least scared, even human beings are least scared. Because we are the only country on the face of earth which even use expired tear gas shells on the people, because we have 230 million guinea pigs in the country. So, expired use कर लेंगे तो क्या हो जाएगा? Okay. Safe use assurance and product stewardship, which means whatever the chemicals are in your custody, you have to be sure that it is used in an appropriate, documented way for which it was designed and procured. So that comes under safe use assurance, and stewardship makes you accountable for the ownership of that chemical as a responsible lab person or in charge or whatever. Are you using some chemicals like potassium cyanide in your labs? Yes. You must have a strict protocol for that. Do you have? Okay, but no, I'm not asking about the usage, but potassium cyanide, highly toxic. So you have to have even a milligram of it could be documented use, because you never know who took a pinch of casein and then invited somebody at some place and then पता ही नहीं चला क्या हुआ. proactively minimize the adverse health effects and strongly control and discourage off-label use. What is off-label use? Who's going to tell me? Very good example of off-label. पर हमारे घरों एक chemical का. What is that? Acid. You go to the plumbing shop nearby, he will give you concentrated sodium hydrochloric acid in mineral water bottle, and he will give you assurance, stop, it will quickly open your drain. Why the drain was blocked? At first place because of poor housekeeping, and hydrochloric acid not designed to open the drain. There are chemicals available like drain opener. Sulfuric acid, concentrated sulfuric acid, also used for this purpose, and I'll come to that later. Other use of sulfuric acid. Train students, this is part of training. COI means chemicals of interest. Chemical of interest, any chemical which we are discussing, good or bad effect. At the moment, all the chemicals are our chemical of interest we are discussing here. Dual use chemicals. There are plenty of chemicals which have dual use. Some of them are regulated as CWs or WMDs, and chemical warfare में use होते हैं, chemical weapons. Example, acetone, industrial, lab use, other use, illegal use. So I try to pick 3 categories. As an example, sulfuric acid, testing of raw materials in production of fertilizers, and drain opening, and what else? The most worst part of it is this one. This is a social stigma in our society. I don't like somebody's face. And reconstructive surgery of the victims, and unfortunately the target are women in our country. Acid throwing, but why on earth, from where did they get the acids? Because of loose control. I mean, you cannot buy a bottle of concentrated sulfuric acid in the United States or in Germany or in France. Nobody will give you even a single milliliter of that. But these are available over the counter. So as a responsible chemist, my message to you guys and request, ladies and gentlemen, stop it. Be a barrier. Educate people. Okay, then comes the list of weaponizable chemical agents, toxins, chemical warfare agents, toxic industrial chemicals, including pesticides, and then these gases. And few examples are sarin gas or mustard gas, which was used heavily in Second World War. Sarin also. Why lab security? Basic requirement, control access, action required. Restrict lab to authorize persons only. Not everybody can go and use chemicals. Maintain inventory, reporting, training. Then you have to have an emergency plan to avoid, for example, if these days country situation is quite alarming. What if there is a riot and people will be seeking chemicals to use as a weapon. And I still remember, I was not there, 2000, 2007. Benazir assassination was in 2007. I was in Lahore. I came with my family by road from Karachi to Lahore. And then there was the incident. All the country was blocked. And in Karachi, situation was even worse. And most of the industries, they were burned out. And from that onwards, companies are hesitant to display the company's name, especially multinational companies, to avoid any situation. And I remember somebody told me the case of BASF. BASF has a chemical plant in Karachi at that time, and they were producing textile chemicals, a lot of acids and other hazardous chemicals. And people, the mob broke into the periphery of the company, and somebody shouted, "Oh, don't go near, this is a chemical company, it may catch fire." And then mob, they disappeared. But what if they stole chemicals from that company? So from that time onwards, it was, felt necessary to make a plan in case of riots, what to do, how to protect your chemicals. I'm not saying that you start doing it tomorrow, but this is a point to be taken. Then protection of chemicals in case of catastrophe, for example, earthquake or something. Control access, maintain inventory, reporting and training, again, repetition training. What would you do? This is a big question mark for all of you. Think about it. Okay, then comes the last topic, which is documentation. Why documentation is required? Any thought upon that? Ladies, why documentation is required? Documentation. हम 10 मिनट break कर लेते हैं. Okay, I'm sorry, because I'm, as a trainer, I have used lectures throughout the. So then somebody reminded me that people are feeling very tired. So take a or you can say this. ताकि थोड़ा सा कुछ वाइब्रेंट हो जाए एटमॉस्फेयर। हम सुबह से जो बात कर रहे थे तो उसमें कम से कम एक दो लोग मुझसे शेयर कर रहे हैं कि व्हाट मैसेज I've been able to communicate with you guys. क्या मैसेज मैंने कम्युनिकेट किया? Did I communicate well or still you need to ask something? or या आप कह दें जी हमें तो कख समझ में नहीं आया, I would be very much happy. ठीक है, very good. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yes. Okay. Very good. So you are convinced that it's a behavior. Okay. Yes. Bilkul. Okay. Good. Is somebody capturing those points? Yeah. बेहतर होगा कि ये points आप जमा कर लें. Okay. Then. Yeah. Because it will be easy for you to have a discussion with Vice Chancellor साहब. आपकी जो management committee meeting होती है, so if you have taken notes, so it would be easy to go further. You know where you are, benchmarking होती है ना. You already have, sir. Already with them, you will get it. Okay. What else? Backbenchers. Okay. Yeah. We'll try to translate it for the students. बोले कोई सवाल, कोई message? Come on, speak up. The other side. Yes, ma'am. Okay. Very good. You see, if somebody, because I've got this mixed reaction from in elsewhere, not in this university. Sir, we are very busy. Our objective is to get my MPhil program completed by a PhD degrees granted to me. So I said, look, gentlemen, if you get PhD at the cost of your one eye, will you be able to take it? Then he was stunned. And ma'am, if you get a PhD at the cost of your lung disease, will you be able to get it? So it proved that nothing is important than your health. Health first. And at this point of time, you're all young. Maybe chemical is not bothering you so much. But what if, and what about 15 or 20 years down the road? Then, यार वैसे तो मैं ठीक हूँ, बस जरा 2 कदम चलता हूँ तो जरा खांसी शुरू हो जाती है. Dementia is one of them. There are a lot of chronic and acute illnesses. Okay. What else? Yes. So are these fancy words or to be honored seriously? Okay. Any other comment? So back to the topic documentation. Why document is necessary? For record keeping, for information. Very good. You are very close to the answer because this documentation helps you to investigate if something happened wrong or some incident, or plan preparation for the future, not to, let it happen again, prevent reoccurrence. So that's why documentation is required. Or if, God forbid, if there is any fatality or disability, so at least you can assess what went wrong and how to prevent others from that situation. Oh, again, it went asleep. Asleep. I think you better sit here. Online participants, okay. We will take the question in the end. I will spare some time for Q&A because physically it's not possible to answer every question. Maybe if someone can gather the questions and email it to me, I will try. That's for sure. I will try to reply individually to every mail because I'm very good in that. Okay. Definition. Few slides left. Okay, set of information, whether digital or analog media or hard copies. Examples. And now it's becoming less common. Normally people prefer soft copies, although still we have a wide range of people who still prefer hard copies, but it works either way. Lab safety management system is a document which gives you comprehensive information how to assure best practices and safety standards in a lab. And it's a live document. It's continuously updated, reviewed and updated. Because this is not the case here. Once you have prepared lab safety management system and documented it, and that's it. Content may include safety policy scope, accountabilities, safety personnel, like for example, Dr. Zahir is a key person in ICCBS for safety. And you should also think about having somebody taking the helm of affair as a safety manager of the site. But it doesn't mean others are free of this obligation to assure safety, because safety is everybody's job, not only safety manager's job. Documentation control procedures, coordination of emergency response planning, hazard identification, safety assurance, performance monitoring, safety target setting is also mandatory. What are my KPIs to achieve those targets? Management of change, promoting safety cultures, and contracted activities. For example, this part, you can say a contracted activity. I am here to give you an overview of safety. So it's sort of a contract with third party, because I'm not part of your faculty. So I'm external practitioner. an example of documents, SOPs, SDSs, relevant signage. And I think signage is also area need improvement in your labs. Tomorrow I will visit your labs and then give on-spot recommendation. Some of them plan, emergency plan, incompatible chemical list, phone numbers, and that Dr. Zahir mentioned about safety talks, lesson learned meetings. If something went wrong someday, so there could be a lesson learned session in safety talks. What went wrong? How to prevent future reoccurrence? What lesson did you learn from the safety? That is very, very important. Accident has happened. It's gone now. But what did you learn from that? I mean, this is not fair. That same thing happens 3 months after 3 months again. Safety training with record of participants. I'm sure today's participants are registered, and this training is part of your activity, and everybody has a name that they have attended, and they have given. I think you will be given a certificate of also training also. Lab safety manual. Chairperson, faculty, lab personnel, department of EHS, if you have any. General rules, preventive measures, equipment, personal safety, working alone in labs. As I mentioned, working alone is prohibited. I don't know whether in your case, off lab hour works are allowed or not after 5 or working whole night. But in ICCBS, there are areas where you have to work alone. But even in ICCBS, there are 2 persons, or at least somebody from safety department is continuously making a round in the labs. In case of any incident, he could be a rescuer. Unattended lab operations and lab housekeeping. Housekeeping starts 8 a.m. in the morning when you enter into the lab, and when you go back home, the lab should be as if it was not used. So that is the level of housekeeping. And we all do. I mean, in your homes, I think you make your bed. How many of you make your bed in the morning? Tell me. सुबह उठते हैं तो अपना बिस्तर कौन बना सीधा करके आते हैं चादर वादर. And those who are not doing it, somebody else is doing it for them. अम्मा, अब्बा, भाई, भाभी चाहिए हैं ना? Okay. Safety training with attendance record are mentioned. Why necessary? Then you might ask this question, oh, I know everything, I know it all, I can Google it, and I can download notes. Believe me, these downloaded notes are never read. And you have GBs and GBs of data in your hard drive where you have unnecessary downloads. Did anybody bother to go back to that download? It's better to read on the screen rather than downloading it. Because when I was a student, there was a tendency, make it a photocopy, notes and notes. Photocopy business was at boom at that time in universities. I don't know what the situation now in universities, but now download. Question? Anybody? SOPs. What else? Okay. Do you have structured notebooks in your labs or just doing it पर्ची systems? Lab code की जेब में लिखा, इधर डाल लिया, इधर डाल लिया, इधर डाल लिया. Lab code उतार के काम किसे लगेगा? काम लगेगी. ठीक है? Do you have this? Yes, sir. I'm glad you mentioned yes, sir. There's no harm of in telling truth. Okay. Sure it is. It makes sense. Okay, for just approaching to the end, for your convenience, I've tried to do this painstaking activity by gathering as much as possible these abbreviation as in the form of glossary of terms, so that these words are no more alien words for you guys. A quick directory of terms. Key takeaways. Number one. Yes, sir. Number one. Accidents and injuries are preventable. Are you with me or not? I need a big yes. Okay. So supervisors have dual responsibility, double responsibility, because they are the leaders. Third takeaway. And now, I mean, this I've practiced for so many years in my companies, previous companies, that there was a Monday morning safety talk. And that was just 5 to 10 minutes safety talk. For example, this Monday, someone voluntarily come and talk about importance of safety shoes at plant. Again, the example of Pepsi Cola, vandalism, saying again and again, so, okay, safety shoes next Monday for 5 days, Monday to Friday, people were quite, aware that importance of safety wear, why it is important to wear safety shoes. Then next Monday, safety goggles, helmet, you name it. So you can select the topic. And even your routine lab meetings, I would rather recommend to start few introductory words. Look, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, we have a very productive month, and alhamdulillah, there were no accidents last month. Keep it up. Or there was an accident or something like that. So safety should be licensed to operate in your labs. You got my point? Safety should be licensed to operate your labs. Then it's going to work. Weekly talks, as I mentioned earlier. Okay, so this is my contact details. This is also part of your soft copies. You can write me. I have 2 email contacts. One is my personal, which I respond. One is my official. We have a corporate office in Lahore. I'm representing their southern part of the country. OHSES is we are safety consultants, and we are giving industrial services, audits, ISO preparation for ISO certifications, and the brochure which you have seen at the start of the presentation is one of the examples of this chemical safety management trainings. So these are commercial activities. But anyways, you can write me, you can find me on LinkedIn. I'm very active on LinkedIn. So if you have any question, experience to be shared, so I mean, all the people sitting here, if they request me on LinkedIn, so I will immediately accept. So that's for sure. With this, thank you. Safety has no holidays, even if you are working on Sundays. Thank you. Questions? If online participants would also like to ask questions, so please facilitate questions from online participants. But I can only be able to take few questions. not all of them. And you can write me an email, online participants, and I will be happy to answer you individually.
Yeah, so then-
Yes, if not, so I said, but then that. So that's
We have covered a lot of them. But there is something about the program.
Yeah, actually, the reason for that is because this is a topic covering chemical safety generally. And the topics we are mentioning are topics. Biosafety is a standalone subject, and it almost it will take a day. And similarly, radiation safety. So that's why I did not cover this topic specifically in my presentation. Otherwise, too specific. Yes. Yep. Mike? Yeah.
So just,
Yes.
is it the first safety activity in the workshop I have attended in 25 years of in a university? My suggestion would be these things really theoretical again and again. And to the least, at least in the institution where they are holding such programs, given to the authorities about insulation, about dumping for the fruitful purpose. What I saw in the slide, the waste of the institution was utilized for the education, some cultivation of crops, things like that. So I mean, at least some suggestions to be, so that this may gives us way when we attempt to implement such things and our issue.
Okay. Point. Thank you.
Please, you say that it's not no much, don't allow responsibility. My question is that if we are true and we both have principles, what should we do?
First thing is that it's normally the statistics show that it did not happen so frequently because it will be a never-ending story. Even if I put 6 people in an accident, there is a blast in the land. All 6 may be gone. So the important thing is that you have to, make sure that your dam of is taking care of all the safety measurements, and then as a last resort, somebody else would be there to prevent you in case of accident. Otherwise, it is practically not possible to put so many people in the lab. So take the safety measures first, and then as a last solution, rescue. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much.
My pleasure, ma'am.
Sir, you type a lot of things and in general, I understand that safety is everybody's responsibility.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Yeah.
But there was a sentence that document control procedure. I have heard about this. Which person will be holding the document and who will be responsible for updating them to this? There are systems, I mean.
Yeah.
So when we talk about safety and say that it's everybody. How can we haven't seen anything that how can we fix the responsibilities of some particular task? Definitely that is somebody's responsibility. So is it somewhere do we have it as a the root cause, we investigate, go backwards. So is there any way that it's not about the blaming? I'm just asking how to hold someone responsible.
And then evolving their safety management. In terms of management system, there are defined responsibilities. Okay, one person, like for example, Dr. But he has a team of people, and it is very described who does what. Who will control the document? Primarily, document control is a responsible task of high responsibility. You cannot give training or you do that. He is a faculty member or senior person in charge for management of control, management of also very important. So for ISO, for example, do you have any ISO certification? ISO 9000, not yet. You are training them, they will be fine responsibility for document control, team management. Similarly, ISO 45001 is a standard for HSE. If you apply for ISO 45001, then definitely you have to define roles and responsibilities. Then I would say, responsibility does not mean that everybody is responsible to write he or she is responsible, making sure that I am safe, you are safe, safety net, he is safe, she is safe. He's taking care of each other.
Thank you so much.
The lady over the left hand corner asked a question and somebody else. The other one can come and give video record gonna have. Know how to look the data This was not possible. Otherwise, more than okay. Yeah, presentation. Thank you. I just want to make a comment that in the process of giving instructions should not be should not be ambiguous.
Yeah.
Instructions.
Yeah. Instructions should be as clear and sharp, using precise words as possible. And simple.
You give us access for at the end of the day, two things. One, also language barrier.
Yeah.
Some could not understand that of the instruction.
Mhm.
That's one. Two, it's when you said class, which was not actually instruction for us, it was just confused.
Actually, that was purposely made a bit confusing, just to make you aware that whenever some instructions are being given, just follow them. When I said word, clap 1, 2, 3, and then clap and then clap. And then people just did not listen me to the end and then started doing the activity. Yeah, clear. Yeah, simple. Yes. So that was, yeah, that was purposely distorted. You see? Yeah. Thank you.
I have seen in foreign universities that people have read from form, which I think is called wash form.
Mhm.
And if these forms, they have to fill them before using any chemical.
Yeah.
What? When they use ICPS concept,
Mhm.
that is not the document, it's not the form. That's where it's not to fill them before using the chemical.
Actually, in ICCPS, what we did is we have started 1 credit hour course. It has two purposes. One is giving 1 credit hour to the students and motivating them to participate in all 16 modules, 2 modules a day, 1 hour for 1 module. And at the end of each module, there were some quiz and questions, and then final quiz, on the basis of which they were given a certificate and 1 credit hour. And the purpose is then they develop their own checklist, because this is not possible for me to develop a universal checklist for all the labs. So then I ask them to develop your own checklist. Like for example, I've given you the task of developing some chemical safety management program. And before the start of the workshop, there was a survey. And I read some points of the survey. The survey is nicely prepared. And it's sort of a checklist, but I think your safety responsible person is the best person to design a checklist and giving a short training to the new entrants in the lab, and then signed and filled that checklist. But to me, it's more important to get the knowledge rather than just filling checklist, doing nothing. So I give more weightage to the actual knowledge and doing rather than just simply checklist, because my 35 years of industrial experience, checklists are checklists to be checked and doing nothing. And you are talking about entirely a different environment where everybody takes checklist and form very religiously. But here you have to make 4 holes in your mind using drill and then pour the knowledge. So to me, this drilling the mind is more important. Thank you. Online participants, was okay. I will reply them. Just forward me the questions. You have my email. Forward me answer all the questions.
Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you, Sir Khalid, for very comprehensive talk and very detailed about lab safety and different measures to be taken. Now, there was a short survey was conducted regarding the lab safety perception. And to share with you the conclusion of the survey, I will request the Principal College of Engineering College, University of Sargodha, Dr. Hanas Aziz, please.
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you everyone for coming across. Our presenters, our mentors, it was really informative session. I am Aziz, Principal of College of Engineering and Technology. We conducted a survey at the start of the session, maybe you remember. The purpose of the survey was to have a perception about safety, like, and that's why it was at the start of the session. But how we, all of us, like I was also part of the survey, and most of you were part of the survey, how we perceive safety in the laboratory. So it's a subjective, your opinion is subjective, we cannot say it's subjective. The survey was kept general for most of the science laboratories, including engineering, pharmaceuticals, chemistry. It was kept general for wider audience because we have a diverse people from different field of studies. So here we have the results. The results are not released actually because we have compiled the results and conducted data analysis in 2 hours, but still, let's see what the results are. Maybe you can find something interesting in it, or maybe I find them interesting. So proceeding. So we had our 4 variables: emergency response, perceived risk, symbolic knowledge. We asked questions about the symbol, but that were kept the most general symbols. It is. Okay. Yeah. So we had 4 variables. We asked questions from you, maybe you remember about the perceived risk and emergency response. And there were some symbolic questions. Symbols were there, and there were some situational questions that in that situation, how is the reaction? And then our control variables were like general age, field of study, experience with accident, past experience, like that. So we had 9 control variables. So most of the, if we see how our data, we had a mix of persons who have with this university like 1 year, some have 1 year experience, 2 years, 3 years. Similarly, we have almost balanced gender participation in the survey, 41% women and 59%. In case of how much we use laboratory, most of the participants are using on daily or weekly basis. Similarly, for the age, we have mostly younger respondents who participated in the survey, and most of the now there are always data reliability issues for how a person sees a question and answer. So the question was that, do you have any past accident experience? Here the responses are like 59%. So I doubt that the question was not prepared properly. So it's part of the questionnaires. There are we cannot say all that we are perfect. And then we have the role. So from the role, like the staff or the university member, most of the participants were students as they filled the survey. And similarly, accident history, there are 26% among us who said that they have past accident history. So maybe they probably general accident history, or maybe they said it about specific for the lab. But we asked them for the lab. Similarly, another thing is that 75% of sitting among us, they have laboratory work in the classroom. Also, they have 75% of work is related to laboratory, like this, or chemistry or engineering. And then interesting thing is that, like, I was listening and I was the perception among us that majority don't have any training about safety. From the survey, it depicted 43% of us have some kind of training or seminar prior to this. So, like this is it. And then we check the statistically availability of students and almost all areas. So if we realize the data, there is a mixed trend. Almost we can say people, we cannot say it's inclining to any side. It's a proper distribution. It is to the center. We can say like, it's a mix. Some people are putting, some people are disagreeing. Like the question was that, do you know the place of protective equipment? We can say that almost 13 plus 25. So 34% people don't know where actually the still there are like 29 plus 12, 29 plus 12. 1% people know. Similarly, in case of how to use file distribution, there are people know how to use, and similarly, 30% don't know how to use. So we can say we have a balance in case of knowing about the safety equipment and safety rules and how to use, and also don't mind. So it's a mix. Similarly, for handling of electric equipment, there is an emergency exit. I can see, but we can realize also, like in case of, do you know, emergency exit, it's almost 26 plus 28. So it's 54% people, they know there is the emergency exit. Still, there are like 15 plus 13, 28% people don't know or they disagree that they know the safety exit. So these are, and we did from these data, we try to find out the significance and try to find out the correlation between our variables. Similarly, this was the second variable. Perceived is almost the responses are mixed. I would say not skewed to any side. Or maybe you can disagree with me because in case of situational responses, now you see we have more green area. Their answers are there is not good answers, not so good answers. In case of situational responses, for example, we ask, what will you do in case an alarm rang? So 30% people said we will run out of the lab, and there are like 3% people who say wait for indication of smoke or fire. So they will keep waiting. We cannot say what is the best. Yes, there are like the practices and behaviors, but should they do? Like it's one best answer, but then we are less best answers. Similarly, in case of your response in case of fire broke out. So majority of the people said that we will call fire brigade or we will leave. There are still some people like in the orange color who said we will wait for how others will react. So this is also a situational reaction that if a fire broke out, so we will wait how the mob is moving on. But those are less people. And similarly, if we say that there were some percentage of people who don't have prior training and who think that they don't know about the safety rules. So similarly, moving ahead, these are the situational responses. With majority of the people choose the proper, which we call a good answer or the better answer. And then there are effect of control variable on responses. We have almost a similar trend. I cannot see any skewed thing or any, I would say, but the trend is kind of a smooth, in which For emergency response or perceived risk, we have better knowledge according to us. For emergency response, इसको कैसे response करना है मैं समझता हूँ that I have better knowledge, but when we ask about the symbols and situational, you can see in the orange and the red color, the values are lower. Like I perceive most of the people among us perceive that they know something, but when it comes to ask the situational thing or the symbolic thing, so their answer were not up to that what we know. So this is another thing for us. But always in case of safety, as the already it was discussed, then it's always to be on. We should not be on the overconfident side. It should not be like on the below confident side, but still we should consider risk and break the safety and our behaviors. So, the same was for the training. Then we found the significance in the control variables. So, emergency, in case of emergency response, occupational training, frequency of lab visits, and duration in the institution and age, they have a significant impact on that. So it's like if we have a training, then we have a better safety response, emergency response. Similarly, in case of perceived risk, gender has significant. You can say like maybe it's both gender perceived risk differently. Maybe female perceived risk better than the male because it's saying that for the perceived risk, gender has a significant effect. And also prior accident training. So it's like if we have a prior accident experience, then it's natural that I will perceive the risk more like so maybe it's like that. This is how our results are. For the symbolic knowledge, age, prior training, and the persons who have laboratory experience, they perform the answers in a better way. And for the situational response, again, and majority of us are those who have a laboratory in their daily or weekly use. And the more we have in experience with the job or with the study, our responses improve. We found the correlation between different variables. Is there any correlation between one factor with the other? We found that there is a correlation, significant correlation of energy response with the perceived risk and situational reaction. And if we have more perceived risk or we better perceived risk, we have a better emergency response. Similarly, there was a correlation between simple knowledge and situational reaction. So thus, I will conclude at this that increasing the awareness about responses in emergency situation can lower the risk of accidents. So this is in turn again that awareness how we can use the trainings and evangelism, bringing into behavior and following the standard practices. And second is awareness about this simple knowledge can help improve the situational reaction by knowing the environment in laboratories. Like if we have more awareness about the symbols, it will improve our situational reactions. And I would conclude that same risk has impact on our living, on our behavior, and how we. If we have more perceived risk of anything, for example, I have perceived risk that this equipment can harm me. This is also not good in a sense that I will try to avoid that equipment. If I have perceived risk, if I have less perceived risk, like if I have less perceived risk that this equipment will not harm me, so I can put myself in danger. So I think that a balance is a better, neither on lower confidence side nor on lower confidence side. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Harris. Now, for the concluding remarks and then followed by the distribution of certificates, I will request Professor Dr. Farooq Anwar, Director OIC, please.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum and good evening to everybody. Thank you, Dr. Anjum. And first of all, let me have the opportunity to acknowledge the valuable contribution of our resource persons, Professor Dr. Zahir and Dr. Khalid Latif, who have given a very detailed deliberations on different aspects of laboratory safety and security management. Indeed, there are several important points which they have covered, especially about the laboratory safety measures, different good laboratory practices, and SOPs, which are very important when you are working in any laboratory. There is always a chance of exposure to chemicals and hazardous materials. In most of the cases, this is accidental. Or in certain cases, it may be related to your carefree attitude. And definitely, we have to be very careful when we are working, especially in experimental sciences, like in departments of chemistry, pharmacy, and other disciplines where wet chemistry or wet chemical analysis is involved. We should be more careful. Along with that, I am also happy to see the very active contribution of all the participants. They have also actively contributed and participated in the discussion in a very productive manner, and very valuable suggestions have been noted, especially suggestions by Dr. Vasik and some other former guests. They are very valuable. We must adopt some laboratory safety measures, and there is a indeed need of trainings. Unfortunately, like other developing countries in Pakistan, there is a big gap of such practices. Normally, students do not bother, or maybe as a true Muslim, we believe life and death is in the hands of Allah. So we don't bother. For me, even when I went for postdoc in Canada, in Lethbridge, and like a true Pakistani and a true Muslim, I directly entered into the experimental lab for working. But related laboratory in charge asked me, what you are doing? First, have you any training for working in the laboratory? I said no. Then he asked me, okay, please go and first have a training, and they arrange a training program, especially for the new postdoc fellows. And after successful accomplishment of the training, they allow me to go into the experimentation. So this is very important. I would also thank especially the comstech team, Mr. Harris, who was all the day involved with us, and the other colleague, Murtaza. Actually, the idea came from the comstech side. When they visited this University of Sargodha, likely a month ago, it was an amazing idea, and the Vice Chancellor, who is always supporting such innovative ideas and initiatives, especially where there is an opportunity of any interdisciplinary and cultural research developments. So then this idea was matured within a very short span of time, I think 1 month. So it's appreciable. It reflects the keen interest of the comstech people and our resource persons and the team who was here working in this aspect. As a chemist, I noted, maybe honestly speaking, I did not attend all the sessions. However, to my best understanding, I think there was one missing, not a flaw, like it's only from the possession. Especially there is another very important aspect of surface hazardous materials classification. And my lecture was basically, I planned this talk, but unfortunately due to shortage of time, I could not give this lecture.
Briefly, I can give some overview of this aspect. Basically, a congenial and healthy working environment definitely is a key for a quality-centered productive system. And slogan of protect yourself, others, laboratory police, and the environment is very important. Slowly, listen everywhere. And in this regard, there is a globally harmonized classification system of labeling of different chemicals under the UN umbrella. And under this system, there are different acts like hazardous material act, especially which deals with the control products. And in this classification, we can classify different products. There is a uniform system of labeling and MSCs, which is very important throughout the world. Like for the certain class of chemicals which come under the umbrella of hazardous material, there is a uniform system of labeling. This is very important. After this, there are protected products, there are restricted products, and especially the control products, which are the main in the laboratories. Where we can classify as a chemist, there are flammables, combustibles, oxidizing agents, fluorescent materials, similarly hazardous materials. So this aspect is also very important to be taken because as an experimental researcher, definitely you will be exposed. There would be a chance of exposure to like some infectious materials, some oxidizing agents in the bodies. There is always recommendation to adopt all such preventive measures in the when we are working in the bodies. With this, I think I would like to again send my very sincere thanks and gratitude to especially to our source person. I've come all the way from Karachi. I am, sir, I salute and you have given a very dedicated presentation. It's very difficult to maintain the interest of the chemists or researchers from some areas, but they have taken a very active participation. Thank you very much. And I am also very much thankful to the team from the comstech-oic, Mr. Aras and Mr. Murtaza, who have taken this pain, and they are all the time with us. Tomorrow we have this activity. We have visits tomorrow. At the last but not the least, wish you a safe journey back to your destination, especially our former guests who have come from Karachi and some people from Islamabad. They are engaged in different universities, some are postdoc fellows, some are PhDs. And I hope I'm confident that this activity has definitely contributed in a valuable manner, and definitely the participants have get some of the important information, and ultimately it will improve their technical know-how and their understanding about safe working environment, about useful and good practices in the laboratories. With this, I say Allah Hafiz to all, because we have next to the distribution vice chancellor will be likely coming here. So with this, thank you very much. Allah bless you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you so very much, all of you, for your cooperation and your patience for the success of this international conference. Now this is time to certificate distribution. We are waiting for the chief guest, Honorable Vice Chancellor. He will be with us within few minutes. Meanwhile, we start certificate distribution. I would like to introduce Mr. Program Manager, comstech. He please come on stage.